The shadow of absolute evil. The shadow of absolute evil had crossed the sea and now sought the chosen target, a dark elf named Talia. A long, long time ago. The absolute evil had, in the famous predecessor to this game, subjugated the known world and defeated good. Now, in a world full of blackness and despair, it spent its days sipping cocktails from the skulls of its enemies and forging new plans over a grilled unicorn kebab. Unfortunately, there wasn't much left to forge. A few orc wedges, the occasional trick played on the little snots. There just wasn't anything left to conquer. As the weeks and months passed, the absolute evil grew ever more reticent and seclusive. From time to time, one could hear a slight murmur from the depressed evil's super-secret laboratory in the depths of the dungeon. Its creatures grew more worried with each passing day, and even started to miss its ingenious evil tricks. It was a somewhat confusing time for them. No beatings, no torture, and no being sent to a senseless death. On the other hand, it was a rather nice change. Eons passed, and the unicorn supply dwindled until suddenly, one wonderful day, the evil genius evil joyfully burst from its super-secret laboratory. It finally had a new goal. An unknown continent, as often found in sequels, lay to the east, sheltered from the wicked evil by naught but a puny little ocean. It immediately had a fleet built. This was so powerful that it covered the horizon from north to south and was manned by the best and most powerful creatures at the devious evil's command. The fleet set sail for the crossing to this new continent, left the harbor, and sank. Yet that mattered naught to the couldn't give a hoot about its minions' evil. It instructed its goblins and little snots to design an even more powerful fleet. These new ships were gigantic. Loaded with devious evil's second-best creatures, the fleet set out. And that sank as well. The annoyed evil saved his relentless anger towards the shipbuilders for later. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself. With a sigh, it cast a spell and created a shadow of itself, a creature of absolute darkness and evilness. This shadow flew across the water towards the east. There, it would find a vessel, a corruptible being that would subjugate this land in the name of evil, and the shadow had the perfect target in mind. The great paladin Tanos, hero of the totally Eastern Kingdoms and a repugnantly good fellow. He was visiting the fatiguing library in Twistram with his comrades to see his foster daughter Talia.
Well now, Talia, tell me about your studies. Are you making progress with the writings of the ancient sages?
Yes, dear father, I have thoroughly digested it and have come a step closer to the good. The desire within me to do evil is defeated.
Really? Excellent! I am proud of you, my child. Continue to concentrate on your studies. I must go to Stormbreeze to clear up a few matters. I'll be back soon. In the meantime, my loyal friend Grimly will protect the country. Should anything trouble you, you can turn to him. Isn't that right, Grimly?
Aye, of course, Tanos. I'll keep an eye on the damned elf. Your daughter. You can count on me.
Then I'll see you soon, my friends. May the goddess watch over you, and the light burn eternally.
Bon voyage, dear father. I'll make you so proud of me. Who does good is good.
yuck. Disgusting phrases like that always leave such a nasty taste in my mouth. These abnormally good heroes, on the other hand, had no inkling of the malignity gathered to the south. One moment a herd of sheep was peacefully grazing, and the next moment, whoomph! With a fulminant explosive effect that ate up half our special effects budget, the shadow entered the world. His target, a dark elf caught between good and evil, was very close. As the shadow of the unspeakably evil moved through the world, all around it died. Plants withered. Animals perished. Sort of like a picnic with my family. The shadow of the far-off evil found itself very, very close to Twistram. It could practically feel its target's presence.
Take these lanterns, men, and let the light of the goddess shine. For the night is dark and full of terrors. And there's a pile of horse poo around here somewhere. I trod in it earlier. For the darkness! I mean, for the light! Sorry, I'm still in training.
Yes, well, that is somewhat suboptimal. Naturally, the shadow of the almighty evil was an incredibly powerful creature. But, well, light was a bit of an issue. It would certainly be wise to stay out of the lantern light. The shadow reached the entrance to Twistram. Fortunately, this one was not closed, but it was brightly lit. Luckily, there was an unfortunate guard on patrol that the shadow was able to possess, thanks to its incredible powers. As long as it wasn't in the light.
What was that? I think there was something wrong with our last beer.
Unfortunately, the shadow's possession only lasted a short while before the guard was able to free himself. Still, it was long enough to get past the gate. The shadow's target was close, so close. Talia, the dark elf. Soon she would fight on the side of evil.
May the goddess be with you, my friends. It will soon be time to open the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Come to the big square and join in the festivities.
Well, I don't know.
I had actually kind of planned to spend the evening in the bathhouse.
Friends, this orphanage is very important to my father. Tanos, you know, the mighty paladin, the one you really don't want to offend.
Yeah, all right, we'd love to come.
Excellent! May the light of the goddess shine upon you, and let us experience this exhilarating spectacle in the big square together. Follow me, my friends, for evil, the light, I mean. Keep the light burning bright, for the night is dark and full of terrors or errors or something like that.
holding the lantern in my face like that, boy. I am Grimly.
In the distance, one could hear the unbearably good bells of a church. They must be marking the opening of the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Heroes with lanterns began to stream in that direction. The crossing on a red signal evil shadow swore, or would have if it had a mouth, and tried to avoid the lanterns as much as possible.
To see so many of you here of your own free will.
Finally, the time had come and the shadow of the past is in...
My dear father would be very proud were he with us today. He would be overjoyed to see us give the young and the needy a place to live and thrive. That's why I'm happy to take this orphanage and destroy it utterly, and all of you with it.
What did she say?
Die! I feel the power within me. Oh, it's over 9,000!
Unimagined powers surfaced in Talia. The black magic of the Dark Elves. She immediately began to unleash these powers of chaos upon the world.
Like lambs to the slaughter! Like lambs to the slaughter!
The Dark Elf raged through Twistram's inexperienced guards. She thereby built up a tremendous inner energy, which she released into the world as a focus beam, while screaming, Kamehameha! Meanwhile, in the fatiguing library, they waited eagerly with coffee and cake for Talia to show up and open the new orphanage. The energy beam hit the cake with a resounding zap and reduced it to ashes. Oh yes, and the rest of the building and everyone inside it as well. The narcissistic evil patted itself on the shoulder for this. Or it would have, but the metal armor always made such a terrible clunking noise when it tried. But then again, that's what little snots are for. Obviously, the Dispatch Shadow had found a perfect vessel in the Dark Elf. Talia had already earned the title of Employee of the Month, with the utter destruction of the fatiguing library, as well as half of Twistram. The destruction of an orphanage and the bombardment of innocent citizens with magic missiles immediately made her the minion-wasting evil's new favorite henchperson. Her evil deeds complete, Talia withdrew into the vaults beneath the ruins of the fatiguing library. There, between the slaughterhouse and Mad Archbishop Lazarus's apartments, she prepared to create something powerful in the name of the absolutely ultimately evil. A dungeon heart, the cornerstone of any dungeon's power. Far away, Paladin of Light and Talia's former mentor, Tanos, was on his way to the Empire's capital of Stormbreeze. Naive and trusting as he was whistling cheerfully to himself, with no inkling of his foster daughter's dark deeds. Though he was aware that as a Dark Elf, she always had a core of evil in her. He had hoped to defeat it through religious indoctrination with ancient mad writings. Well, old bean, You thought wrong. Twistram in ruins. Talia, the Dark Elf, had turned to evil and laid the fatiguing library in ruins. Now she began to build a small power base in its vaults. Her first dungeon. Twistram looked like the leftovers from a heavy metal concert.
What? What have I done? Oh no! I've fallen to evil again. Father will be beside himself. He was right when he said, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Although, in a way, it was fun to be evil. Burning things, pillaging, and showing those nasty goody two-shoes where the hammer hangs. They just look down at me anyway. My revenge will be terrible.
While Talia was delivering a typical villainous monologue, something happened around her. From the depths arose a pulsating crystal, filled with the magic-savvy evil's power. A dungeon heart. Not to be confused with those dungeon hearts from other games. We don't want to be sued again.
Hello, greetings. What seems to be your boggle?
Secret mental messages were exchanged between Talia and the mentally savvy evil's crystal. We could explain this in detail at this point, but that would require a 3-hour monologue on my part, and I am definitely not being paid enough for that.
Right then. I will make these people suffer for mocking me. Father's henchmen never liked me anyway, and always insulted me, calling me pointy-eared. It's time for my well-deserved revenge!
The game logic internalizing evil had given Talia an assignment. Out there on the surface were shamelessly good places in urgent need of destruction.
Nah, no problem. I'll take care of it. I am an evil army.
Naturally, the strategically well-versed evil did not send its new general into battle alone. A dungeon had to be built, and creatures hired to provide her with a powerful army. Of course, the sophisticatedly thinking evil already knew which way the wind blew in a dungeon. However, should it be hit by short-term memory loss, it could effortlessly look up things in the fabulous almanac. The grandiose evil's helpers had not been idle. Well, they hadn't exhausted themselves either, but anyway, there were now some research projects the researching evil could pursue. The new improved research menu, TM, was now available. countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
Ouch! Ouch! Take that!
The new improved research menu TM opened and gave an overview of currently available technologies. At the moment, the selection was still limited, but that would change. After all, this evil crusade had only just begun. Payday. creatures have inadvertently dug into a dragon's nest. Dragons have nested in the underground. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground.
Yeah, who is making all that awful noise? Are those carolers out in front of the dungeon?
Blinding beams of light met the dauntless evil's creatures. They briefly squinted at the disgusting brightness. Finally, they grinned, satisfied. At last, they were able to carry the battle to the good people and were not limited to protecting themselves in a dungeon, as is the case with other representatives of the genre.
What is going on here? I feel a disturbance in the force.
The deeds of the conspicuous evil and its henchmen had not gone unnoticed. As a matter of fact, even a blind man could see the destruction they left behind them. As idiotic heroes do, they sent out a small patrol to scout the area.
Move out, men. Have a look around and report back to me. While I would love to accompany you myself, I'm currently, teaching myself to play the ukulele.
Just wait.
Burned down, and I was going to come here tonight for Pilates.
enemies have entered the dungeon.
Hey, where does this lead? We should take a closer look.
The first heroes had discovered the not-so-well-hidden evil's dungeon and now entered its depths. Of course, the insidious evil had already prepared a despicable reception for them. At least I hope so.
Even if that's not the case, I will kill these ridiculous do-gooders myself. They will pay for mocking me over the years. Wait a minute. What am I saying? Those are my friends. How can I plan their deaths?
Talia had chosen an extremely unfavorable time for moral doubts. Luckily, her evil dark elf heritage prevailed. Hey, Talia, you're evil, so act like it.
What? Oh, yeah, okay. Kill them all!
A room has been excavated in the underground. It's payday. The armies of evil reach one of those disgustingly good places that had survived the destruction of Twistram. The ice-cold hand, I mean evil, would deal with it immediately. The little town of Good was destroyed and turned into a hotbed of evilness. Cracks formed on the surface, and something, guess, evil rose from the depths. This evilness, in a practical spherical form, was the sweet lifeblood which flowed through the personified evil's veins. It stimulated the armies of evil and swelled their power. All this lofty blah blah without any impact on the game aside, it was another resource primarily or exclusively used for more powerful research. Delicious evilness flowed into the dungeon heart and filled it with power. New research was thus made available, which would help the dungeon to even greater power. The impatient evil immediately began to research something.
invincible! Well, almost.
Huh? The armies of evil here? Damn it all, how did that happen? Time to call out the heavy guns. Right, men, get ready to attack in waves. Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't it make more sense if we attacked all at once? Where's the fun in that? Wave after wave, that's a strategy for real men.
Thanks to the enemy's limited tactical finesse, their destruction was virtually unavoidable. So it was time to decorate for the victory celebration, to get the beer and hire the orc dancers. Okay, maybe not orcs. I shudder at the thought.
They're going to be child's play. Leave them to me. I mean, hold them back and let them hit you while I deal with them. I am the Queen of Evil.
The second island of the good was mercilessly overrun by the strategically savvy evil's hordes and turned into an evil island. Soon, more of that exquisite evilness would be bubbling to the surface. Excellent. Even better than in Dungeons 2. Not that I'm out to plug it or its fantastic add-on or anything like that.
Been destroyed. Victory is ours. Evil is victorious. Good thing I switched sides.
And so it was that the good camp was destroyed by the battle-wise evil's army. Now it was time to take over all of the good islands, but that would be a cakewalk. Easy as stealing candy from a baby. Candy from a baby? Simple. My arse. Ever tried it? The screaming and crying and fetching their parents and family as reinforcements, and those little beasts bite pretty damn hard. Not that I have any personal experience, of course.
The ultimate, chaotic, absolute, whatever evil will be happy. I am. Father is gonna be so angry. Do you really know what you're doing? You wanted to be good. You had dedicated yourself to the light. Stop and really think about your deeds.
Can you please just stop with the golem thing? We already had too many Lord of the Rings gags in the last 2 games. Enough is enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just shut it, good me.
Talia and the destructive evil's army had succeeded in destroying Twistram and the surrounding area. Good no longer existed in this land.
Why? What the hell happened here?
Apparently, not quite all of the good guys were defeated. The Dwarven King Grimly, an old drinking buddy of Tanos the Paladin, was just touring the country with his exorbitantly large army to ensure everything was in order. Thank God, the foresighted evil had provided for this contingency. The dungeon heart was charged with evilness and enough energy to act as a teleporter. For Talia, of course.
Ooh, good. And you're the best, brave warriors, and stop them! Right! I'm out of here.
With a plop, Talia dissipated and disappeared to a faraway and safe place. The rest of the sacrificing evil's creatures looked astonished as their general fled, but only for a moment, as they already found themselves facing an unpleasant army of good.
This is the work of that damn pointy-eared wench. I always warned Tanos that those miserable dark elves couldn't be trusted. Criminals, the lot of them. But enough is enough. I'm going to find that shifty witch and use her ears as bookmarks.
The Gehenna Stones. After leaving the vestiges of Twistram, Talia set out for the Gehenna Stones. They served as seals to keep the demons banished in hell, where Tanos himself had exiled them. Her so-called Foster Fathers Act would soon be undone. After her hasty departure, Talia now found herself a few kilometers, or miles, yards, or stone throws, depending on whatever crazy units are used where you are, away. She had managed to escape Grimly's forces, even if 1 or 2 evil creatures had to die. But hey, that comes with the job. The incredibly foresighted evil hadn't brought Talia here for nothing. The ancient Gehenna Stones were nearby. Tanos once banished some demonic minions to hell and used these ancient magic relics to seal them there. Unfortunately, it was unclear how these seals could be broken.
I was there back in the day when Tanos banished the demons and sealed the stones. I can open them! But should I really do it? These unearthly beings terrorize the land and... Oh, shut up, good Talia!
So, you know how to open the seal. Excellent. Devious evil is obviously nobody's fool. It all feels like a real plan.
I just have to get through to the seals. Then I can open them. But I need protection from the elemental guardians while I do so.
Okay, that should be doable. Get Talia to the seals. Guard her while she opens them. First, however, it would definitely be a good idea to build a powerful dungeon in order to be prepared for any heroes stationed in the area. bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest. Defend the dungeon heart. There were disgustingly good places near the dungeon, which would look much better as islands of evilness instead, especially since that evilness could be used for new technologies.
What is that unbearable place doing right in front of my dungeon? Disgusting! Creatures, advance! Destroy that thing! Oh, are you sure you want to do that, Talia? Shouldn't we sit down in a circle and talk about it one more time? Are you still here? Honestly, can't you see I'm busy destroying everything that is good? I don't have time for this disassociative identity order nonsense.
Stop doing the Therese and Jeanette thing. Defend the dungeon heart.
Ouch! Evil is unstoppable!
It's payday.
There's something funny going on around here. My knee is itching where I caught that arrow. Men, check it out.
The presence of Talia and the conspicuous evil's army had not gone undiscovered, and the first miserable heroes were already on their way to the dungeon.
Where we will, of course, welcome them appropriately. Move, you lazy dung beetles! Get ready! You always have to be so unfriendly? I mean, really? Can't we just talk about this? I know this really good psychiatrist and... Don't force me to hit myself!
Yes. As our protagonist sank into one of her disputes with herself, the heroes spread across the surface. There are enemies in your dungeon.
For the absolute evil! Ow!
dragons have nested in the underground. A spider has been unearthed. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. It's payday. Evilness dribbled into the thereupon feasting evil's dungeon. This could be immediately sacrificed to the excellent idea of completing one or two new research projects.
Brains.
A new room has been discovered in the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Cancel the leftovers for the lepers. No more mercy for executions.
Men, take a look at this. There's something strange going on here.
A local patrol unhappily stumbled into the area of the Gehenna stones. They wouldn't leave without a fight, just the way I like it.
Just the way I like it.
Wait a moment, I just said that. Are you trying to steal my lucrative narrator contract? Back off! I know where your car is. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Take me to the enemy!
A vortex could now be built. This excellent room makes it possible to create direct access to Hell by means of teleportation, or the gun from Portal, in order to hire funny, or sometimes not so funny, demons. The very curious evil soon began to build one of these vortexes. The first vortex was finished. Here, demons could be hired or resurrected after their inglorious death for a tiny fee of mana.
Mana? But I don't have any mana.
That's true. Yes, but luckily the Gehenna stones produced exactly that. What a wonderful coincidence.
The Gehenna stone is very close. Soon I will destroy it. Tanos will be beside himself.
Apparently, there were a few elemental guardians who were not particularly pleased at someone fooling with the stones. They threateningly turned towards Talia. Of course, the defense-orientated evil would protect her at all costs.
What did you do? Why did you turn back to evil?
Father, I don't know. I keep trying to turn back to good, but a part of me, God, just shut it, you weakling. Tanos, you and your minions always look down on me. Grimly insulted me without you ever saying a word. You drove me to this.
My child, that is not true. Inside yourself, there's still a spark of good there. Let it guide you, and not this.
Whoops! Looks like I accidentally tripped on a cable or something. Unfortunately, Tanos could not continue to talk to Talia. What a pity. Undeterred, Talia continued to work on breaking the stone seal.
Huh? What? Oh, yes, of course. Soon the seal will be broken.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
It's done! The seal is broken! Oh, what have I done? May the goddess forgive me. Are you still here? Oh, come on. Can't you pour your heart out somewhere else?
While Talia was occupied with herself, again, the seal was completely broken. Several portals to a strange world opened in the dungeon. From them, a few extremely committed demons immediately sprang, ready to serve the releasing from exile evil. The Gehenna stones contained a ruthless and mighty magic that not only supplied the dungeon with mana, but was also very dangerous. This posed no problem for the danger-loving evil, as it was far away. Besides, the magic was only supposed to affect the heroes. With the patience of a fox, the insidious evil now waited for a few heroes to test this ruthless and powerful magic on a few unsuspecting guinea pigs at the cost of a little mana. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
And even more powerful!
Why do I have to wear this stupid costume for Christmas again?
As with the first stone, a number of guardians came to life to attack Talia. In its wisdom, the foresighted evil had already prepared for this.
Talia, please, stop doing this. Return to the light. It took me many years. I had to reload many previous save games before I finally managed to banish all these demons.
Father, I'm trying, but the evil, it's so strong.
Fight it, my child.
Don't forget that this stinker kept you locked up in a place that isn't called the fatiguing library for nothing for the last few years, and that his best friend is a dwarf who hates all elves. I know the narrator should normally be neutral and stay out of the story, but this guy's interjections are getting on my nerves when he's hundreds of miles away.
Right. You're not my father. You just took advantage of me. You claim to be an honest, decent paladin of good, and yet you allowed me to be mocked and insulted. I'm done with you.
Once Talia had returned to her true nature, she ignored Tanos and turned back to the stones.
This way, hobbits! I mean, evil creatures! Follow me!
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Done. The seal is broken.
Talia had conquered another Gehenna stone. This time, even without an extended dialogue with her split personality.
Well, actually, I was about to...
Good grief, just shut up. Where were we? Oh, yes. Once again, a huge jet of mana shot into the sky, and a portal opened. Whether it led to the Winchester Brothers, Buffy's, Charmed, or whatever universe, demons, ready to kill, jumped out. As usual in good games, which still have some game time to fill, there was yet a third stone to be conquered. Talia was already on her way.
Everything evil comes from above.
The third Gehenna stone was very close. And a third time, the Guardians rose to prevent Talia from fumbling with the Gehenna stone. Who would have thought?
Talia, I beg you.
What? You again? This chap's appearing for the third time already. What is he? The goddamn spirit of Christmas or something? Just shut up and let us get on with the game. But that's enough! She's not coming back to you. Get it? I reckon that after another 15 or 16 missions, she's gonna beat the ever-loving crap out of you. But my God, you just don't quit, do you? Okay. Talia, your job.
Shut up, Thanos.
Can I say something here?
No.
Finally, the last seal has been broken. Death to all that is good! Power to evil!
Indeed. Talia had conquered another of the Gehenna stones. Mana into the sky, demons out of the portal, blah, 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 and so on. You know the score. Now, only the last of the Gehenna stones had to be taken.
Wait a minute, didn't you say a total of 3 stones? That was the third stone already.
No, you're wrong about that.
No, I am not wrong. You said every good game has 3 goals.
I also said any good game.
True. Not much to say to that. Then it's off to number 4.
Heyday.
Talia, normally all good things come in 3s. But after 4 stones, I will try one last time to bring you to your senses. Please stop what you are doing and return to good. Together we can wipe evil from the face of the earth.
Father, never! I will be the Queen of Evil and destroy all that is good!
These words should make everything crystal clear. Time to take the last stone. Unfortunately, an unsightly rock pile blocked the way to the 4th stone and had to be cleared out of the way. Really, stone unturned to work in a bit more detail, am I right? Let's remember. This rock heap was tougher than expected and... What the...
You woke me up. Was it you? My children are all dead. You will pay for that. I will crush you.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. Of course, the anticipating evil had already expected something like this and plunged into the fight well prepared. I hope. The Gehenna stone spell waited to be once again unleashed upon the sadistic evil's enemies. Stone's magic was ready for a new, hopefully deadly attack. With a menacing crunch, the huge stone monster hit the ground. The stone-hewing evil had triumphed. It debated having a new bathroom built from the remains. Taking the 4th stone was now child's play. So easy, in fact, that we'll just cover it in a short cutscene and spare you all that annoying clicking. All the seals had now been broken, and the demons thirsted to unleash chaos, destruction, and folk music upon the world at the ultimate evil's side. Okay, maybe I made that last point out. Grimly was still searching for the Dark Elf and the evil around her. On the other hand, she had asserted herself against her father Tanos and resisted the forces of good. But by the time his spies, much to their horror, found the Gehenna stones destroyed, the inconspicuous evil's army had already moved on. The Ashspring Swamplands. While grimly Hammerhand's henchmen were looking for Talia and the Absolute Evil's army, they in turn were slowly marching through the gloom of the Ashspring Swamplands towards the dwarven town of Steelsmith. This idyllic area provided the unique opportunity to secure additional allies: undead. Whilst elsewhere, Grimly's scouts took the trouble to turn every stone in their search for Talia, and I mean that literally. She was marching towards the town of Steelsmith, the seat of the Dwarven King. However, after a not in the least bit subtle hint from the not at all tactful evil, she had taken a little detour through the Ashspring Swamplands. Here, the ancient, cursed bones of long-forgotten soldiers lay uneasy in their graves, waiting only for the necessary nudge to finally rise and play the talking dead, or whatever it's called. Unfortunately, and of course purely coincidentally, Grimly, the racist Dwarven King, was also currently in Ashspring.
Aye, chop more wood. I don't have enough resources. I want to build a barracks to hire knights and foot soldiers. I also need some for these palisades. Which idiot is responsible for this, please? My right toe could build a better defence on its own. Now, fix it. And over there, we'll build a watchtower. Or two.
Grimly is here. Excellent. I'll beat every single goddamned prejudice out of that bearded drunk's alcohol-soaked carcass. And some of these undead wannabes lying around here in their graves are going to help me. Let's see how that drunken idiot likes facing a few brain-hungry zombies. Not that he needs to be afraid with that little bird brain of his. Talia? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Undead? How low have we sunk? Ugh. Are you still there? I thought I'd finally seen the last of you in the previous mission. Anyway, shut up and let me work. I must raise the living dead.
So in order to start the Night of the Living Dead, our protagonist, the currently eating a chicken leg evil's envoy, had to reach the region's larger cemeteries and recruit their undead. The Absolute Evil's little snots had dug out a new room. One of the Lucky Evil's little snots had discovered a hidden arcanium. Here, demons could create valuable mana, which on the one hand they themselves needed, while on the other could also be used for powerful spells. And so it was that the first demon began to generate powerful mana in the arcanium. Delicious mana. I like to spread it on my Sunday morning croissant as my wife passes me a cup of tea and massages my feet as I open the newspaper to the obituaries. But back to the subject. Mana was also important to the couldn't care less about Sunday morning croissants evil because, on the one hand, his higher level demons loved the stuff, and on the other hand, it could be used to cast powerful spells. Of course, the excited evil couldn't wait to promptly try it out. It's payday.
Pointy-eared witch is sneaking around here somewhere. Let's go, men. Double the watches and leave something for me.
Ah, you have no chance against me and the ultimate evil. I can smell your beer breath all the way down into my dungeon, you drunken shrimp.
Spread out and find her.
The presence of the inconspicuous as a rainbow-colored dog evil's army was no longer a secret. In fact, it was amazing it had escaped the warriors of good for so long. Well, their leader was a dwarf and he had lots of beer, but I digress. Hopefully the dungeon's defenses are ready.
Cancel the leftovers for the lepers. No more mercy for executions.
Population limit reached? Population limit reached? Ha! Well then, plenty to throw at the enemy.
Hey! Evil is unstoppable!
day. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Yippee-ki-yay!
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Destroy the good! Tell me what to do! Whoa! Undead, up you get! Fight for me and regain your honor. I am Isildur's heir. I mean, the deathly pale evil messenger. Fight for me, and I will consider your oath fulfilled. An oath that you never swore. Excuse me, I seem to have mixed a few things up.
Splendid speech, but good enough for the mindless hordes buried here, who excitedly signaled their approval, even if it was with nothing more than a moaned "bruise." And so, the Walking Dead arose to serve the abominable evil. And of course, his eloquent envoy with the split personality.
Hey! I can't can hear you.
I certainly hope so. I don't want to just waste my insults.
We'll talk later. So, undead, destroy the living. I'll be back.
It's payday.
My grandmother could build this base faster and protect it better than you.
And zombies rose from their graves.
If you worked any slower, you'd be going backwards!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I'm back again. Command me. Vista, baby. I am even stronger.
Sloppy Evil had allowed Talia to die, but for a small fee, she could be resurrected. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday.
The killer penguins were in dungeons too. Thank God. Otherwise I'd have to deal with...
Can we please stop letting Talia die all the time? I mean, it's not that hard to resurrect her, but blow-drying her hair until it's just right sends the electricity bill through the roof.
More power! I have returned!
Isn't that palisade finished yet? Get a move on, you lazy goddamn slackers!
Defend the dungeon heart.
Lead me to the battle! Ouch! Ouch!
Payday.
Death from above! Hey! Showed him.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Give me my orders!
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Ow! Merry Christmas, you bums. Undead joined the monstrous evil, and with a spirited, if moaned, brains, staggered off towards the human defenders, the glorious...
Hey, that's my text. You don't even appear in this dialogue at all.
Your problem for taking such a long ciggy break. I'll take over your job in the long run. That's something we can both agree on.
Are your two personalities conspiring against me? Huh. As a narrator, I am unsurpassed. If you heard the stories I tell in the bar on weekends... Forget about that. Additional undead have been secured for the insidious evil. Suddenly, a few dissatisfied bears appeared directly in front of Talia. Exactly, bears. And they attacked. Before the tomb could be desecrated, Talia died from a massive trauma. A natural death for evil. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Time to die.
And zombies rose from their graves.
More undead joined the monstrous evil, and with a spirited, if moaned, brains staggered off towards the human defenders, the glorious...
Hey, that's my text. You don't even appear in this dialogue at all.
Your problem for taking such a long ciggy break. I'll take over your job in the long run. That's something we can both agree on.
Are your two personalities conspiring against me? Huh. As a narrator, I am unsurpassed. If you heard the stories I tell in the bar on weekends... Forget about that. Additional undead have been secured for the insidious evil. Suddenly, a few dissatisfied bears appeared directly in front of Talia. Exactly, bears. And they attacked.
Hey!
This had nothing to do with a certain narrator's injured pride, but made total sense within the framework of the story. Fighters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise! The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Your creatures have inadvertently dug into a dragon's nest.
My grandmother could build this base faster and protect it better than you.
I want Tanos's head.
Steelsmith wasn't built in a day, but if you lame asses had been there, the entrance gate still wouldn't be finished!
Hasta la vista, baby!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
Good will fall. Ouch! Ouch! Even more undead. Yes, walk my mindless hordes and destroy the living. Do you always have to be so evil? Ugh. Is that a trick question? Naturally! Who, if not me?
And even more undead marched against the human defenses in the glamorous evil's name. They didn't stand a chance. But suddenly, and this had nothing to do with the protagonist's previous insults, evil bears once again appeared to attack Talia.
Hey, it's all right, okay? You can keep your job. I'm sorry.
Almost miraculously, a bolt of lightning hit the bears and killed them on the spot. Amazing. But of course, it all made sense within the greater framework of this story. And zombies rose from their graves. And zombies rose from their graves.
What are you doing, you deadbeat? Are you seriously going to let a few old corpses get the better of you? Take care of this, baby, before I kick your asses so hard you fly all the way to Stormbreeze, where you can tell Thanos personally what a bunch of goddamn cowards you really are! If you weren't any slower, you'd be going backwards! to leave you now because I have to prepare something back home. But you hold the fort here. Got it? Good. Then take care of them.
With these heroic words, grimly the great dwarf king took to his heels and ran. Some might think it cowardice.
Yes, the damn coward. But we'll get him and then we'll organise an intervention. We'll tear him a new one.
My goodness, what a turn of phrase. Outrageous. Still, if it was a desire, I can only agree. Come on, for the validation-craving evil. And zombies rose from their graves. And zombies rose from their graves. And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses. And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses. Payday. Biters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise! The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course. Biters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise! And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Biters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise! And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses. The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course. I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise! And zombies rose from their graves. People's defensive camp went up in flames. The pitiful survivors ran in panic and dispersed in all directions.
Ha! Those cowards! See how they run! Isn't that funny?
It does have something comical about it. Even the zombies emitted a laughing moan before pushing on to get some tasty brains before the others did. And the living dead rose. Heyday. Zombies rose from their graves.
Now it is time to find Grimly and give him his rightful punishment.
What rightful punishment?
Oh, rightful or not, what do I care? As long as the dwarf suffers!
The lands of Ashspring were wholly under the crazed evil's control. Every now and then, a confused zombie would pop up, even though the living had already been driven out. But that didn't matter, for the absolute evil's hordes set out for Steelsmith, King Grimly's headquarters. The Battle of Steelsmith. Led by Talia, the brutal evil's army had reached the dwarven town of Steelsmith and made ready to storm it. Inside, the fierce dwarven King Grimly planned its defense.
All right, you lazy buggers, get ready. That evil horde is going to show up with that pointy-eared cow any moment now. But Steelsmith is a fortress like none they've ever seen. So, take your positions, and don't forget the elf is mine. I'm going to make slippers out of her ears. Did you hear the rumbling? They're here. I feel it in my right corn. Send out the scouts, and prepare the death hammer!
Finally, the time of the great battle was at hand. Talia's troops had taken the quickest route from the Ashspring Swamplands, and they were full of anger and determination to win this final confrontation.
I wouldn't say that. I'm still trying to persuade myself to return to the forces of good.
Okay. A part of Talia burned with anger and determination to win this final confrontation. Another wanted to form work groups and look after the bonsai garden.
Ugh, ignore my little moments. I'm going to crush that goddamn dwarf. He's made his last stupid comment about elves. I'm going to make gloves out of his beard.
What's this whole thing about everybody using bits of their opponents for slippers or gloves? That's incredibly unhygienic. The time had come. Talia began to raise a great army for the erratic evil. The excavation-happy evil came upon a room in which some dwarves were trapped. No matter how they got there, they didn't look at all grateful. The excavation happy evil came upon the room in which some dwarves were trapped. No matter how they got there, they didn't look at all grateful. There were countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
Hey, Talia, open those pointy ears of yours. I have a surprise for you with the Hellspawn. Something world-shaking. Come on, men! Fire the Death Hammer!
The goddess. Is that...
Grimly had a gigantic hammer built. The Death Hammer. This caused not only a disturbance in the force, but also in the ground, causing a massive earthquake. The effect on the dungeon was clearly noticeable. The dungeon heart in particular could only withstand but a few such blows.
How do you like that, you damned evil brood? Now, we just have to take a few minutes to rewind. But it was damn well worth it. Stay and enjoy the show, evil scum.
In his own lovingly insulting manner, Grimly made it clear to Talia and the perplexed evil that pulling back would not be an option. The giant hammer had to be destroyed.
We can't stay here. That thing has to be destroyed. After analyzing it briefly, I've discovered a great weakness.
Throw something through the 2-meter-wide cooling vent to destroy the reactor?
What? Nonsense! The thing is standing right there, so we can smash it to pieces.
Oh, why did I expect sophisticated tactics when I'm hanging around with bloodthirsty, not exactly intelligent evil creatures? Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
Who is making all that awful noise?
And again, the exploratory evil dug up a few trapped dwarves. Obviously, getting trapped while digging seemed to be the order of the day around here.
Oh, day!
And again, the exploratory evil dug up a few trapped dwarves. Obviously, getting trapped while digging seemed to be the order of the day around here.
I'm even more powerful!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
What do you want? The giant hammer! When do you want it? Now!
It's payday.
can still turn back. No one need die today. Disgustingly evil creatures, perhaps. but certainly neither Grimly nor you.
This bloke is more stubborn than those phone marketing people who are always trying to get me to buy some shite.
I too think that we should maybe rethink this. It is now time for dwarves to die! So much for your death hammer, Grimly. Oh, did we break your toy? Are you going to cry like a little baby? Boo-hoo-hoo.
You'll pay for that. Don't be giving yourselves any medals yet. The Dwarven Empire will strike back. Of that you can be sure.
We could still solve this peacefully. You? Now? Really? In my moment of triumph? There is nothing you can't ruin, is there? Sorry. Holy crap! You're even good to me! Sister, you have some real issues. I have to go take care of a Dwarven king and tear his city apart. Follow me to Steelsmith!
It's payday.
cowardly dwarves have actually blown up the bridge. I mean, it's good for my ego to be feared that greatly, but how are we going to get through there now? Take that!
Talia, did you really think I didn't have another race up this time? I had a second Death Hammer built. It will tear your dungeon apart. Move it, men!
Another one of those things? Ah, damn it all anyway. Get ready for impact!
With a kaboom, the second death hammer hit on the ground and sent its destructive waves toward the dungeon. The dungeon heart groaned under the blow. This death hammer also had to be destroyed quickly in order to save the dungeon heart.
Just to make sure nothing happens to my poor little hammer, I also built an SLD-26 magical tower shield generator. So knock yourselves out!
Generously, the foolish Dwarf King Grimly revealed the safety mechanisms to the listening and taking notes evil. Before the second death hammer could be turned off, a team would have to land on Endor. I mean, the eager for a Star War evil had to destroy the magic shield.
Right then. First, we'll destroy the magical tower, and then death hammer number 2. No problem. We're good at breaking things.
The having a look around evil's army had discovered a stone heap. Just a little brute force, and it would fall into the ravine to form something like a bridge. Computer game logic. The half-blind evil had yet to find another way over the demolished bridge. Had it even really searched for one? Needing an alibi, it quickly sent a few creatures swarming out as a vanguard.
Bye-bye, baby! Evil is unstoppable!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. It's payday.
off my SLD-26 magical tower shield generator!
Hey, Grimly, your toys break easily. My pals barely got their hands on it and it broke. So, people, let's have a look at this second death hammer, shall we?
Keep your hands to yourself and I'll bite your fingers off, you goddamn wench! Right, men, prepare the death hammer!
Grimly seemed a little desperate upon seeing the occasionally gigging as a stand-up comedian evil turned out to be a brilliant strategy. It relentlessly sent its armies towards the second death hammer. Heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness.
Oh, these things are pretty fragile, aren't they? Grimly, I think I accidentally broke both your hammers. I'm so sorry.
I'll strangle you with my bare hands, Gil! You goddamn disgusting!
In order to make sure we don't have to cut out all of Grimly's cursing, I'll just take over here. The brilliant evil had succeeded. The second dwarven hammer was also hissing, and its army marched inexorably towards the dwarven town of Steelsmith. Something else permeated the smell of metalworking that wafted from the city towards the dungeon. The smell of the dwarves' fear.
For good reason, too. We're going to tear their city apart. We could still return to the side of good. Let me think about it for a second. No.
Hey, Talia, I have a surprise for you. You know that all good things come in threes?
Honestly, do you have another one of those damn death hammers?
A death hammer? Ha! I have 3 death hammers!
What? The whole thing times 3? Not very imaginative, if you ask me. You are so...
Stop! Hammer time!
Together, the 3 death hammers had a lot more power than a single one. It would certainly be better for the dungeon heart if they too were quickly put out of action.
that's the way you want it. I'll take care of you myself. For death and glory, the horn of Grimly Hammerhand shall sound in the deep one last time. Then, let this be the hour when we draw swords together. Now for wrath, now for ruin, and the Red Dawn!
Finally, we meet. Your final hour has come.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
You paid for this, you damn brat!
With these words, Grimly the Dwarven King breathed his last.
A well-earned victory for evil! Ha! All the legends and stories that revolve around good heroes. Utter nonsense. In the end, evil will always triumph. Time to enjoy my victory.
Talia, what have you done? You killed Grimly. I will have to punish you for this. Stay where you are. I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Apparently, Tanos was anything but enthusiastic about his foster daughter's deeds. The insightful evil knew that a confrontation was not yet advisable and ordered Talia to travel west, always west.
We could always wait for Father and try to explain everything to him. Oh, come on. Even my good side can't be that naive. He'll skin me alive if he gets his hands on me. There's no way I should get anywhere near him until his anger is cooled. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I have to agree with my evil me. We should let the grass grow over the whole thing first.
Oh, good and evil in agreement. A rare stroke of luck, I'd say. So it was time to run. Here, the only problem was, as usual, his own death. After the Dwarven King Grimly suffered a premature death at the hands of the hero-beating evil's armies, the dark elf Talia got herself out of dodge. She took the evil creatures and retreated into the tunnels and mines of Steelsmith, which were connected to the most remote places in the world. The hasty departure proved to be very wise indeed, for shortly afterwards, Tanos appeared on the scene, and with him, a mighty army of good. When he found his dwarven friend's lifeless body, he screamed his pent-up anger out into the world, as overly emotional heroes are often prone to do. A few hours later, Tanos gathered with his 2 remaining comrades and commanders in his tent. We will now repeat approximately what was said. I, the evil will destroy us. We are lost. Wail, wail, and so on. In the end, Tanos called his fellow soldiers to order and commanded them to return to their respective empires and strengthen their defenses. So it was time to do what all good folks do: hide themselves behind thick walls in fear and hope that the storm would pass them by and hit the others. How exceedingly honorable. In the meantime, Tanos sent out some spies to track down his evil student. The Dark Elf had, by then, beaten her way through the mines of Steelsmith, accidentally awakened an army, and fled from a whip-swinging demon. The usual stuff that happens when traveling through dwarven tunnels. At least they had left Tanos and the armies of good far behind them, and now moved almost unmolested through the countryside, determined to continue spreading chaos and horror. The end of Burger's End. After Grimley's inglorious end, the insidious evil's army had gone through the mines of Steelsmith to escape Tanos's armies and his wrath. The old shafts brought them close to the busy town of Burger's End. Talia and the all-devouring evil's army had left the mines of Steelsmith behind them, far from Tanos and his henchmen. The tunnels brought them close to the city Burger's End, in the Empire's hinterlands. Burger's End was known for its voracious heroes. More specifically, their appetites were legend... wait for it... dairy. They ate so much that the city had to be supplied with food from the surrounding area on a daily basis. True story.
These gluttons are going to be easy. Onwards, creatures of the deviant evil! Give these gourmands their just desserts!
This hasty attack wasn't the best idea, as the what is cannon fodder for evil's creatures all too quickly found out. These well-fed warriors proved to be exceedingly powerful and dismembered the advancing horde with terrifying speed.
That could have gone better.
Naturally, a battle like that can work up an appetite. Luckily, a transport full of food showed up shortly after the clash. The wheels quickly turned in the deceitful evil's evil brain. What if those deliverers were to have an accident on their way to the city, and the city suddenly ran out of food? It giggled a treacherous little giggle. Those wood piles could be used as a roadblock if they were put into motion with a few hefty blows. That would make transporting that food even more difficult.
Okay, then we'll starve the pigs out. A brilliant plan. Do we have to do this? I feel so bad about killing Grimley. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought that evil act would finally extinguish the good part of me. I guess I'll just have to put up with you for a while longer.
These schizophrenic monologues are really annoying. They prevent me from saying so much more.
Not the worst thing when I look at the reviews of the last game.
What? How dare you? Talk about cheeky. You haven't heard the last of this. In its boundless genius, the prudent evil had provided Talia with a few gobberbots whose combat strength would prove extremely useful. They were just, wait a minute, where are they?
Yes! They were supposed to be delivered yesterday, but the postman just left a note at the dungeon entrance saying that I wasn't home. I was here the whole time.
Oh, how I'd love to work with professionals. Just once. Professionals. Just once. Take a deep breath. Remember what they taught you. You don't want any more of those electric shocks. Fine. And so, the bad-tempered evil quickly threw 2 gobberbots into the dungeon. Then it went out to find that postman and beat the living crap out of him. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Heyday.
Destroy the good!
Meanwhile, even the gluttonous heroes of Burger's End had noticed the constant rhythmic thumping sounds coming from underground between chews, and sent scouts and combat troops out towards the dungeon.
Ah, these stuffed pigs will be a piece of cake. We could also deal with them peacefully, couldn't we?
That was a noble thought from the good Talia, but the heroes of Burger's End were not choosy about what they ate, and dark elf fingers were considered a delicacy.
Oh, disgusting! Right, let's roast these pigs. Oh, good call.
There are enemies in your dungeon. villainous collecting evil had, well, collected evil. Damned adjectives, whatever. It soon had the chance to research Gobobots, enabling it to recruit them itself in future. This extremely useful research would equip all normal goblins with a mech, greatly increasing their combat strength. Oh, apparently a couple of heroes got lucky and caught a couple of goblins away from their Gobobots on a pea break. You should free them as quickly as possible. Payday.
I am even stronger!
The first food delivery set out for Burger's End. Of course, the well-prepared and not at all surprised evil would never let it arrive at its destination. Savage evil never even gave the food delivery a chance. Now, its creatures gorged themselves on the delicacies instead of the heroes in Burger's End. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Drop me on the enemy! A spider nest has been unearthed.
heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness. Payday. An island of evilness is being attacked. You have lost one of your islands of evilness to the enemy. Stagecoach, I mean the food delivery, was on its way to Burger's End. Naturally, it would never reach its goal. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Did I just hear a satisfied burp? Did a food delivery make it through to Burger's End? The failing evil had obviously failed. The aimless evil continued to allow the goblins to rot in their prison. Maybe they didn't deserve it, but just the same, they could also prove to be useful soldiers. day. Satisfying crash and clatter heralded the unapproachable evil's army's destruction of the pixie camp. A wonderful thing, because the sound of their wings reminded me of the mosquitoes that attack me in bed at night. Damn things.
Are you sure we could have come to a peaceful agreement?
Peaceful agreement with something that sounds like a mosquito. Trust me, there's no room for peace there. Only total war. Even when you search every crack in the whole damn bedroom at 2 in the morning for the stupid thing.
Another delivery on the way? Right, let's take care of it.
Masterful evil had destroyed the delivery without even breaking a sweat. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Powerful! Lead me to the battle! Whoa!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. Delivery set out for Burger's End. Naturally, the relentless evil would never let it get there. Aimless evil continued to allow the goblins to rot in their prison. Maybe they didn't deserve it, but just the same, they could also prove to be useful soldiers.
This power, it's so incredibly strong. Deliveries! Let that pig starve! my veins! Stay down!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
It's unstoppable! On the enemy. Lead me to the battle!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Once, just once, to celebrate Christmas.
Again, a number of food deliveries were on their way to Burger's End. Naturally, these would never, ever reach their destination. the deliveries to Burger's End met an inglorious end.
Who do you want dead?
Hey, you! Those goblins are still waiting for you to get off your ass and save them. Now get a move on. The masterful evil had stopped all the deliveries from getting through. Terrific! Enemies have entered the dungeons. The beer-brewing evil could now build a brewery. Alcohol and heavily armed evil creatures. What could go wrong? But apart from that, the brewery was able to brew delicious beer, which the Horde creatures craved. Beer was essential for the Horde, as these stubborn creatures demanded the delicious beverage as soon as they acquired a certain amount of experience and wanted to continue their training beyond a given stage. Actually, that kind of reminds me of my time in the army. Payday. Again, a number of food deliveries were on their way to Burger's End. Naturally, these would never, ever reach their destination. A delivery to Burger's End spontaneously burst into flame. Well, okay, actually more because the grandiose evil's creatures set it on fire. The first brewery was now ready to roll. Soon, a creature of the Horde, or a little snot, would here begin to produce the noble brew. Not only was beer essential for powerful Horde creatures, it also had a healing effect upon them. Ah, if only that would work for me.
Anything that increases the troops' combat strength is great. Go, creatures! Get yourselves drunk!
The failing evil had not managed to stop all of the food deliveries from reaching Burger's End, and now had to live with the sound of the heroes' satisfied feasting, which was followed by even more satisfied burps. Aimless evil continued to allow the goblins to rot in their prison. Maybe they didn't deserve it, but just the same, they could also prove to be useful soldiers. Payday. Thankful and relieved for the helping hand they received from the man, a number of food deliveries carrying a variety of culinary delights were on their way to Burger's End. How sad that they would never reach their destination.
Good will fall.
one of the deliveries to Burger's End met an inglorious end. The destructive evil's armies had destroyed one of the deliveries. There are enemies in your dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack. The masterful evil had stopped all the deliveries from getting through. Terrific! Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
scouts report a number of deliveries on their way to Burger's End. Okay, creatures? Don't let anything through.
Destructive Evil's armies had destroyed one of the deliverers. It's payday.
Finally, we should send out a couple of creatures to take advantage of those blockades.
Managed to stop all of the food deliveries from reaching Burger's End, and now had to live with the sound of the hero's satisfied feasting, which was followed by even more satisfied burps.
Cancel the leftovers.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
of evil! Ouch! Your show here! Finally, we should send out a couple of creatures to take advantage of those blockades. Power is indescribable.
Payday. These were a number of food deliveries carrying a variety of culinary delights were on their way to Burger's End. How sad that they would never reach their destination. Destroying evil had destroyed one of the deliveries to Burger's End. Burger's End was doomed. The feasting evil's armies had laid low the last of the defenders, and now rampaged through the city, plundering and burning as they went.
Wonderful! Let them burn! Okay, somehow that was extremely evil. I mean, I haven't forgotten that bit about the Dark Elf fingers, but maybe we could have gone about things differently? Just shut up and look at the fire!
Talia sat and surveyed the heartwarming scene. Every now and then one could still hear some screaming in the distance, but they soon ebbed, and there was no sound except the crackling of the fire. Well, aside from the roaring of the vile evil's creatures, of course. Once the plundering and arson had gone on long enough, the hinterland conquering evil's army marched on. The crossing, followed by Tanos, the heavy-handed evil's army moved further towards their actual goal. But for that, it would require a ship. Talia and the truly offensive evil's armies continued marauding and running through the fields of wheat. Somewhere behind them, Tanos picked up their trail, but he had no inkling of the corrupting evil's true destination, Termite Island. a fleet would be needed to get to Termite Island, and, as everyone knew, the two Left Hands Evil and its creatures were not exactly gifted shipbuilders. And so it was that the Horde stood before the gates of fantastic Lakesville. The inhabitants of Lakesville worshipped the sun and had even erected a number of temples that captured the sunlight. The light they collected strengthened the inhabitants of Lakesville in a truly unpleasant manner, which made them dangerous opponents indeed. On top of that, sunshine made them a little over the top in the gung-ho department. A number of battle-hungry troops had already rushed out to head for the dungeon.
What? Alert! Come, creatures of evil, prepare to defend against intruders! Beat them, break their legs, pick their noses! Sit down in a circle? Just shove it! Tear up their arms, twist their necks, give them wedgies!
Battle began in the underground. Meanwhile, the heroes on the surface continued to bathe in the sunlight.
It's getting to be about time for night to fall.
What? Night? Oh, okay. Night slowly fell over Lakesville as the sun sank and finally disappeared. The sun praisers of Lakesville shivered a little as they were used to sizzling in the sun. At the same time, they were overcome with a deep fatigue that led the overworld guards to fall asleep. Only a few heroes were still on their feet.
Excellent! Finally, this narrator does something useful for a change.
Ungrateful lot. Fine then. The night wouldn't last forever, though, and daybreak was approaching fast. It seems the days just flew by in Lakesville. Must be all that fresh sea air. The sun had completely set. It was now dark.
We should take advantage of the opportunity and attack them now, while they're all asleep. That would be unwise. I would suggest something else. What now? Do you want to talk things out again? Or do you have some other hippie hogwash you want to share? No, not this time. I wanted to suggest that we focus on defending the dungeon and build a few defenses. Otherwise, they'll overrun us at daybreak. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. But attack is the best defense.
In order to be able to defeat Lakesville's daylight active heroes, the hard-hearted evil would have to use the lecture hall. There, scrolls could be examined, which would make things already researched even better.
Sounds pretty damn sensible to me. We could use all the help we can get against these sunbathing goody two-shoes.
Yeah, who is making all that awful noise?
Even though the heroes of Lakesville were indeed getting their beauty sleep, it was doubtful that they would sleep through any violence directed their way. And it was also likely that the destruction of any buildings or the like would make a perfect alarm clock.
Right then, just hit them hard enough and they'll close their little eyes again. Oh, you are so evil. I know. Thanks for the compliment.
This entrance seemed to be buried. The work-shy evil decided it wasn't worth the effort and just passed on by.
Evil energy grows stronger!
Sunrise was approaching fast.
Power is indescribable.
It was morning. There are enemies in your dungeon. The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. The excavation-crazy evil had uncovered an underground room containing a scroll. This needed to be taken to a lecture hall as quickly as possible. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
Throw me at the enemy!
There are enemies in your dungeon. Defend the dungeon hunter. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Hey!
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Soon, night would descend upon the land. There are enemies in your dungeon. The moon had risen. It was night.
Who do you want dead?
It's payday. The second Sun Temple must be close by. Those guards over there are probably not just standing around for nothing. Then again, you never know with these heroes. They're not exactly famous for their intelligence. A new room has been discovered in the dungeon.
Who do you want killed?
Your little snots have uncovered a dragon's nest. Sun Temple was destroyed, bursting into thousands of particles. I mean pieces. Sorry about that.
That'll teach those worms. What will it teach them? Not to... stop asking such stupid questions. Split personality me. We have to take out that second temple. Oh, but the sun is so beautiful and wonderful and good and warm and... stop it! All that revolting do-gooder drivel leaves a disgusting taste in my mouth.
The night was almost over.
Take that, you worm!
It was morning.
Ouch!
There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Ooh, ouch!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday. The sun slowly began to sink beneath the horizon. It would soon be night. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Yet the underground wasn't necessarily safe. Maybe those sneaky little heroes still had an ace up their sleeves.
And just what is that supposed to mean? Do you always have to be so vague?
Of course, this is the bit where I ramp up the excitement. I mean, how boring would it be if I were just to reveal everything right now?
Extremely unboring.
Just go with it.
Who is making all that awful noise? Are those carolers out in front of the dungeon?
darkness-loving evil's armies had reached one of the sun temples that made Lakesville's heroes so powerful.
That thing has to be destroyed. Right, everybody. Sunblock on, and let's get to it.
Payday.
And stay down! Ow!
Sun temples were destroyed. A wailing and weeping could be heard echoing down the streets of Lakesville, for hard times loomed before the sunbathers. Of course, they had a completely different set of problems, for soon the sun-hating evil's army would be at their gates.
And that's the way it looks. Sun. Even when I was a good dark elf, I hated that thing. Disgusting. I wish I could contradict you, but we dark elves really aren't suited to long stays in the sun. Unless we use a protection factor that would even work for a vampire. Yeah, but they always buy it all up. Damn vampires. I am the evil.
It's payday. Sunrise was approaching fast. It was daybreak.
The power flows through my veins.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon hut. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Evil will triumph! Take me to the enemy!
Heyday! Enemies in your dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack. There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Evil is unstoppable!
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The sun began to sink. Soon it would be nightfall. It was night.
Those are a couple of the Ironhides I sent to scout around. They've been captured. We should free them. Then punish them for failure.
Great plan. Although it looks like those guards are full to the eyebrows with caffeine. None of them are going to be sleeping tonight. The all-crushing evil simply plowed right through the Ironhide's weedy guards. Thoroughly impressed, they happily joined the evilest of all evil's army.
Simply let themselves be captured. Losers.
Saying something like that now is rather amusing, considering that in the future... but I digress. On we go. Payday. payday. The night was almost over. There are enemies in your dungeon. Heyday! Once again, Talia and the indifferent Evil's armies left a trail of destruction behind them. Kind of surprising that Tanos hadn't tracked them down yet. They should name him Worst Tracker of All Time.
Yeah, that's true enough. He never was one to pay attention to detail.
Details like a burning city?
Yeah, he's more of a big picture guy. Pretty soon he's going to be a picture of my dagger in his eye guy. Oh, you are so brutal. On a different note, is this day-night cycle thing permanent now?
No, because that was just because those sun temples made the days just fly by.
Oh, I thought that was the fresh sea air.
That too, yes. Lakesville was no more. Now it was time to set sail for Termite Island, there to face the mighty Yaina Overproud. The Prince of Hell. Talia had reached Termite Island. The time had come to begin preparations for the attack on Dollaran and Yaina Overproud. Lakesville fell like a sandcastle under the feet of a 4-year-old, and afterwards was plundered in accordance with age-old custom. Yet as satisfying as it was just a little fish in a great big ocean of good. For the hydrophobic Evil had, from the start, planned to capture the city's amazing fleet, which, as opposed to the Horde ships, did not sink like rocks. And so it was that Talia's creatures were driven aboard and the sails were hoisted. As the smoking ruins of the city slowly disappeared below the horizon behind them, the ships set sail for Termite Island. Even if no one actually saw the impressive sight, as everyone, hey, I said everyone, was focused on the new target. The aforementioned island was the seat of the magician Yaina Overproud. Yaina was pretty and kind-hearted, and therefore, naturally, absolutely despicable. And if that weren't already enough reason to deal with her, she was also one of Tanos's buddies. Yaina ruled from Dollaran. Ah, Dollaran, home of arcane magic and high finance alike. Disgusting. Upon landing, the leisurely Evil's army slowly made their way to the financial capital. Yet it would be a good idea to acquire additional, even more powerful allies before facing Yaina. Talia and the remains of the cold-blooded Evil's army had reached Termite Island. Here, the egotistical magician Yaina Overproud ruled over her magical financial stronghold of Dollaran.
I'll take care of this witch in short order. We'll just build up an army and beat on everything we see, just the way we did before. It's always worked until now, whereby the question arises, what the hell kind of a strange room is that? What's it good for?
In fact, that was an excellent question. Naturally, it was a... wait a moment. Yes, actually, it was a hellhole. A hellhole is a portal directly to hell. What do we need that for, you ask yourselves? Another excellent question. Ah, here. Because we want to summon a pit fiend, of course. The demonic and savvy evil plan to lead a pit fiend to Dollaran in order to have an ace up its sleeve in the fight against Yaina Overproud. An ingenious plan, I must say.
Okay, pit fiend sounds good. I can see him now. This guy with muscles of steel and... whatever. How do we do this?
Well, first we need a few ingredients, which we then, for the sake of simplicity, just throw into the hellhole. We need corpse dust. However, it has to be from Termite Island, so we can't just scrape it off our zombies, but have to organize some from local graveyards. And toenails? That's simple. Oh, from a centaur. Fortunately, these primitive beings should have a few camps around here. What a coincidence. Besides that, we also need some worm slime. Saying it makes me shudder. And spider legs. We'll probably find those kinds of creatures here in the underground. Probably a lot sooner than the tense evil would like. Oh yes, and it also requires a couple of well-aged, but unfortunately live heroes too. They're not likely to let themselves be thrown in there just like that, so we need a plan.
We can think about that later. The other things will be easier to get. Through fair trade? Through killing.
Payday.
Christmas. Malicious creatures are marching across Termite Island. Men, and of course women. Stop them for the Alliance. Well, not the Alliance, but the Alliance of all good folk, and so, you know what I mean. Anyway, stop them for the goddess.
Whoops! Apparently the heroes weren't as stupid as they looked and had noticed the pitter-patter and banging in the underground. As if that were enough, Yaina Overproud herself was there.
Excellent. That saves me a lot of time and work if I can defeat her right here.
Easy there. We really don't have the kind of budget that lets us burn a story character in a single map. Besides, it was necessary to stop the marching heroes, and then, immediately following a stay in the dungeon's own hotel, Le Prison, sacrifice them to the hellhole.
Hasta la vista, baby!
The disgusting evil picked up some worm slime with the hand of terror and threw it into the hellhole. What a waste. What the hell do they make from that stuff? Baby powder? What a diabolical idea. More worm slime. It was done. All of the requisite worm slime had been collected. Oh my, I saw this documentary about liposuction one time, and this stuff was... Oh, just forget it. Another challenge mastered by the repulsive evil. Much like the Hero Academy on Newbie Island, Termite Island was a place frequented by aspiring adventurers. When rumors of a newly opened dungeon made the rounds, many heroes came from all over the island. These would be unpleasantly surprised to encounter not a nicely balanced beginner's dungeon, but the cool evil's complex and trap-riddled caves instead. There are enemies in your dungeon. on their way to one of your islands of evilness. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. The arachnomanic evil had torn off the first spider leg, just what it needed for the hellhole. It carelessly threw the rest of the spider and the remaining 7 legs aside.
Everything evil comes from above.
An island of evilness is being attacked. Uh-oh, a spider nest has been unearthed. The non-arachnophobic evil threw the first spider legs into the hellhole. Why did that please the demons? No idea. Maybe they ran out of interdental brushes. The enemy has captured one of your islands of evilness. There are enemies in your dungeon. The sacrifice of the spider legs was going well. The absurd evil had already accomplished half of the task. Whereby spider done. All of the spider legs have been tossed into the hellhole. The spider-hating evil had mastered the assignment without even breaking a sweat. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Some kind of staging post would be required before any heroes could be sacrificed to the hellhole. Undefeated heroes would be rather uncooperative, but dead ones would be of no help to the good evil. The solution was hopeless. A prison had to be built. The always wanted to be a prison guard evil immediately began to research and build one. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Death to the heroes! Whoa! One kill.
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. Prison had been built. Now, heroes could be imprisoned when they were defeated. This was not only important for sacrificing the heroes the hellhole so desperately wanted, but also because each hero generated some evilness at the end of their stay.
Exactly. Let them stew and rot in prison, the miserable do-gooders.
Something our quick-tempered protagonist obviously desired. The very best thing, though, was the fact that any heroes that died in prison became skeletons. The necrotic evil immediately wanted to try this out, of course. The first hero awoke in the prison, where his death would generate some wonderful evilness for the disgusting evil. Outstanding. Oh yes, and some heroes also needed to be sacrificed in the hellhole. A tough decision. The listening closely evil was informed that the demons of the Hellhole might be interested in trading a handful of priestesses of the light for one of their female demons. This sounded like a very interesting trade indeed.
Maybe we should see what happens when we throw a few of these elves with the swords into the hellhole.
Why? Is that some sort of secret recipe?
Recipe? No idea. But it sounds like fun. Damn fair-skinned elves. But in the end, they are related to us. Those truth-cuddling hippies have nothing in common with us dark elves. Yeah? My secret and mystical counselors, who only I can see, tell me that the demons would love to see some skilled elven archers thrown into the hellhole. Apparently, they need someone to hunt giant mosquitoes.
Counselors only you can see. My goodness, as if your split personality wasn't annoying enough.
I can't really argue with you there. I too wish that Sister Goody Two-Shoes would finally go and bother someone else.
The merciless evil's armies destroyed the Hobbit camp with joyful efficiency. These hobbits wouldn't be running off throwing any rings into any lava in any mountains anymore. Whoops, the first centaur had lost one of its toenails. How sad. But it was exactly what the absolutely no regrets whatsoever evil needed for the hellhole.
And still the Horde, the evil, spread their infestation across Termite Island. Onwards, peoples of the Alliance, drive this riffraff off. Otherwise, the tourists will stay away and we'll have to close up shop. I'll be at your side. Well, later. I have something important to do in Dollaran. All the best, and for the Alliance and so forth.
Damn, that cowardly magician is escaping.
Just like I hadn't said anything. As Yaina got out of dodge, her subordinate heroes from the nearby village did what heroes did best. Desperately head for their opponents, using brute force and violence with absolutely no finesse whatsoever. The dungeon protecting evil made ready. As a really broad hint, the savvy narrator pointed out to the perplexed evil that the graves in the graveyard might just need a hearty smack or nudge to release the valuable corpse dust. There are enemies in your dungeon. The Hellhole rewarded the sacrifice of a live hero with a respectable berth. Enemies have entered the dungeon. the hellhole rewarded the sacrifice of a live hero with a respectable birth. The first corpse dust was sacrificed to the hellhole, an excellent start for the sacrifice offering evil. Another lemming rushed over the cliff. Oh, I mean hero of the hellhole, sorry. It was done. The self-sacrificing evil had thrown the required number of heroes into the hellhole, which in turn commented on the fact with a loud, contented belch.
I want Tanos's head. Sure showed him. This hero camp has been destroyed. Excellent work. So now let's do it again. All the poor souls who have to die because of my failure and my lack of willpower. It's so sad.
The fabulous evil's armies had reached the city. Yaina, however, was long gone.
Then I suppose I'll just have to take us out on the inhabitants. Forward! Haven't you plunged enough cities into ruin? Is that a trick question? I'll admit I could have saved myself the question. You monster! Thanks.
Payday. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Died in the unspeakable evil's prison. In fact, this wasn't such a bad thing. A skeleton rose from the dead hero's remains, which would henceforth serve the homicidal evil without questions or demands. enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
No more mercy for executions, and cancel Christmas.
Sadly, one of the hero's mighty champions lived in the city. Ronin, whose cliché-soaked name we stole one-to-one from another universe, had retired here, and was anything but pleased to see evil creatures. However, whoever put that sanctimonious do-gooders lights out permanently was sure to be richly rewarded.
Reward or not, it'll be fun. Come on, fight!
The great champion Ronin hit the floor. The radiant with happiness evil was extremely pleased. At the same time, this anti-heroic act was generously rewarded. The dungeon master.
Another city destroyed. You're so evil and cruel. Thanks, that's really nice of you. I despise you. Careful now. Hate leads to the dark side. Hey, keep your hands to yourself. Yippee-ki-yay, mother clucker! Another graveyard. Excellent. Here we should be able to find the rest of the corpse dust. Get a move on, people! Loot those graves! My toenails are curling. Looting graves? How repulsive! Yeah, go share your moral outrage with someone who cares.
The graveyard's ludicrous guards had been retired. Good thing for the gravedigger, who didn't have to go far this time. More corpse dust was sent. It was done. All of the required corpse dust had been sacrificed to the hellhole. The mastered this task evil patted itself on the back, right before it remembered the spiked metal gloves. Ouch. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
This power, it's so incredible.
The far-sighted evil had discovered a modest little centaur camp. Like any good, nature-loving being, the horrible evil immediately wanted to convert this area into a nature reserve. Of course, that meant that everything that was in the way had to go. Oh, those poor centaurs. Unfortunately, they had to die for the good of the greater evil. It was done. The last the last centaur, had lost its toenail, which the eager evil quickly sacrificed to the hellhole. As it did so, it realized that every centaur actually had 4 of the stupid things. Naturally, that would have made the job just a bit easier. But hey, outstanding intelligence was never an employment criterion for evil archvillains. Either way, the goal had been achieved. Finally, it was done. The last ingredient had been thrown into the hellhole. The victorious evil patted itself on the back in triumph. The hellhole began to bubble and make fart noises. Something in the middle whirled wildly while it slowly grew. The sound that caused it could be seen as a demonic litany, but upon listening closer, one recognized a joyful whee! It was the pit fiend, who now emerged from the whirlpool with a wild laugh. Laugh. Oh, do I do that? Okay.
Prince of Darkness, obey my orders, and of course those of the absolute evil. You, mighty pit fiend, cruelest of the cruel.
His name is Crowley.
I beg your pardon?
It says here in the script the pit fiend's name is Crowley. Not that it's important since he doesn't speak, but I just wanted to mention it.
All right, Crowley. You, Crowley, will help us defeat Yaina Overproud. We will transform this world into an image of hell.
Daughter, try to defeat your evilness. I still haven't given up on you. Fight it! Use all your willpower.
Oh, Father, I'm still here. I'm trying. Well, now and then, at least. But my evil self won't let me talk about it. It refuses to hear my arguments, and it doesn't care what you say. How often do I have to tell you?
The pit fiend Crowley listened to Talia's inner quarrel and grumbled at Tanos' words. Non-residents of hell were so annoying. Tanos disappeared after the evil Talia's rant and tirade of insults. She then turned to Crowley.
Come, pit fiend. Crowley. Let's get that accursed magician. Yaina Overproud. Your days are numbered.
The storming of Dollaran. Now that the leprous evil had won the pit fiend as an ally, it began preparations for the storming of Dollaran. It was time for Yaina Overproud to die.
We've finally reached Dollaran. With the pit fiend, Crowley, we'll effortlessly overrun the city and kick Yaina Overproud's ass. Oh, but, could we solve it peacefully instead? Maybe they want to surrender.
Talia, your shameful deeds have not gone unnoticed. You have committed yourself to evil and killed grimly. You have led an army of evil here to Dollaran. I cannot allow that, for I fight for capitalism and neoliberalism. Love and justice. I am Yaina Overproud, and in the name of Dollaran, I will punish you.
Okay. I guess we can forget the peaceful solution thing. The armies of evil, forward!
Bravely, or extremely stupidly, the do-gooders of Dollaran threw themselves at Crowley, but they could do little against his concentrated power, his steeled muscles, and his fiery breath.
This isn't over yet, as if a ridiculous little demon could stand against me. Thunderbolt, fly and win!
a powerful spell hit Crowley, instantly evaporating all the weaker creatures around him. He seemed considerably weakened.
Hey, that's not fair! Just wait! I have a few tricks up my own sleeve, you fraud! Strengthen, demon! Fly and win!
Talia now also cast a spell on Crowley. Both spells seemed to balance each other out. At the same time, they surrounded the Pit Fiend with a storm of chaotic energy. This would protect him from all damage. Unfortunately, it would also protect everyone outside the energy vortex from Crowley.
This isn't over yet. Men, I need your support. Go to that demon and stay close to him. That will strengthen my spell.
That sounds dangerous.
He's almost banned, you idiots. He cannot do anything to you. Get a move on.
Come, creatures. I need your support. Stay close to Crowley to strengthen my spell. Fear not, the forces surrounding him are harmless. To me.
My goodness! I'm hardly needed for this intro. The fast-acting evil threw everything it had into getting its creatures close to Crowley in order to support Talia's spell. Crowley himself was less than pleased by the magical energies that swirled around him. After all he wanted was to bring chaos and destruction to the world. His superhuman demonic powers allowed him to temporarily resist all the spells and move forward. Of course, he would only do so on the unrighteous evil's orders. For although he was a mighty pit fiend, he was not a giant floating hand that could easily crush any and all creatures if it so wished. Payday. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. The heroes of Dollaran had finally gathered their courage and moved closer to Crowley in order to intensify their leader, Yaina Overproud's spell.
Get ready to intercept them. That spell really doesn't need to get any stronger.
Forward, brave warriors! Together we will defeat this evil! Thunderbolt, open!
Slowly but surely, Crowley was forced back. The idle evil had better support him quickly. Recovering evil would build a chamber of relaxation. There, demons could leave their non-existent cares behind them as they took a warm mana bath. It also allowed them to attain higher levels. Crowley had already been forced far back. Something needed to be done urgently. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal.
Go on like this. Men, find the source of this evil. Enter the dungeon and destroy it.
Not a good time. I'm kind of busy here at the moment.
A group of heroes made their way into the dungeon to lead the armies of evil into a two-fronted war. Fortunately, the underground was laced with traps and so on, so that they didn't stand a chance. You did lace it with traps, didn't you? heyday.
Very good. That adds some new momentum. Time to die, Yaina Overproud!
Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. Heroes had surrounded Crowley, and through Yaina Overproud's spell, slowly pushed him back. The lazy evil had to do something to stop them. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. Slowly but surely, Crowley was forced back. The idle evil had better support him quickly. It's payday. Heroes had surrounded Crowley, and through Yaina Overproud's spell slowly pushed him back. The lazy evil had to do something to stop them. Crowley had already been forced far back. Something needed to be done urgently. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal.
Yes! More power! Excellent! Thank you, Crowley! Take that, Yaina!
fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. Meanwhile, Crowley had covered the hero's strengthened Yaina Overproud spell and slowly pushed Crowley back. Heroes had entered the dungeon through the back entrance. Wait, heroes had entered the dungeon by the back entrance? Alert! Payday. The splendid evil still had not built a chamber of relaxation. It, of course, took care of the matter immediately. Heroes are stealing your gold. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. Slowly but surely, Crowley was forced back. The idle evil had better support him quickly. hero strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back. There are enemies in your dungeon. The heroes strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back.
Go! Support Crowley and my spell! We dare not fall back any further!
Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal.
Once I'm done with you, I'm gonna raise Dollaran to the ground!
You will never defeat me. I fight for good. We win in every story.
Can only be one, and that one is me!
The hedonistic evil had built his demons a chamber of relaxation. There they could now take mana baths, which seemed to be an essential requirement for every high-level demon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. The northern road upon which the contemptuous of all life, including that of its own creatures, Evil's army, was lined with warriors armed to the teeth. Proceeding any further would be a suicide mission. The wicked evil had simply forgotten to erect the insidious torture chamber. Following this little reminder, it immediately set about doing so. Payday! Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. Slowly but surely, Crowley was forced back. The idle evil had better support him quickly. Heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness. Heroes had surrounded Crowley, and through Yaina Overproud's spell, slowly pushed him back. The lazy evil had to do something to stop them. Crowley had already been forced far back. Something needed to be done urgently.
Give up, Talia. Good will always triumph.
Oh, like hell. Good is going down. I'm gonna tear your heart out and use it as a bath sponge.
Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. spiders have spread throughout the underground. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. The dyslexic evil had been trying to build a torture chamber for some time. The embarrassment was obvious when its creatures pointed out that the room was supposed to be called Torture Chamber.
Thunderbolt! Fly! And win! You want me to call you Sailor Overmoon now or what? I can take you with one hand tied behind my back.
Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. The heroes strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back. Payday. Crowley was forced back. the absolute evil had to send its creatures to support him.
Go, you dogs! Crowley needs your support! Now!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack. Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal.
Very good. That adds some new momentum. Time to die, Yaina Overproud!
Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal. day.
Dollaran is behind me, Dark Elf. Your evil brood has no chance here.
Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal.
Operation Sneak Attack, go! Hello, I said go!
The deceitful evil's clairvoyance had foreseen the do-gooder's ambush in the bottleneck, and it had already eliminated the problem. All that remained was a bewildered Yaina, wondering what had become of her primitive plan. I understand. This torture chamber where heroes are tortured really is pretty nasty, especially when you would rather be picking flowers or petting unicorns. Sure, I get it, I really do. But then tell me, what the hell are you doing here? You can play the good hero in all those other damn games. Now, get a move on and build the torture chamber so we can listen to a few heroes scream. Ha ha ha! Crowley's fabulous skill, however, stood ready to be unleashed upon the abominable evil signal.
Very good. That adds some new momentum. Time to die, Yaina Overproud.
Slowly but surely, Crowley was forced back. The idle evil had better support him quickly. It's payday. Crowley had reached the gates of Dollaran. The energies raging around him melted through the defenses like a hot knife through butter. However, instead of demoralizing the defenders, that seemed to motivate them instead.
Exactly. Right, ladies and gentlemen, time to take out the garbage. Destroy the evil. For the Moonstone. For Dollaran!
Man the defenses!
Heroes had surrounded Crowley, and through Yaina Overproud's spell, slowly pushed him back. The lazy evil had to do something to stop them.
There can only be one, and that one is me!
Go, Crowley, go on! Take the worthless magician out. The pit fiend had reached Yaina Overproud. He tore through the walls as if they were paper, and then they met. Lightning bolts lashed through the electrified air. An epic battle began.
Your days are numbered, villainous pit fiend. In the name of Dollaran, I will punish you. But not here.
What the... A teleportation spell? Ah, what a bitch! Come on, after her! She can't be far!
Daughter, cease your villainous deeds. Grimly's death. I forgive you for that. But look inside yourself and return to the light.
Him again? Look, go watch that cartoon movie about ice and snow and listen to the song Let It Go very, very closely.
I don't have time for that! Come on! We have to find Crowley and kill Yaina and lay waste to Dollaran, not necessarily in that order.
The end of Yaina Overproud. The victorious evil's armies had stormed Dollaran, but the sneaky magician Yaina Overproud had teleported both herself and Crowley deeper into the city with a spell. Now, Talia set about leading the troops into the financial hub of the Empire. As the lagging and holding up the whole show evil's army marched into Dollaran, the city's ruler and part-time witch, Yaina Overproud, was fighting an epic duel against the mighty pit fiend Crowley. Magic energy swirled around the two as they relentlessly attacked one another.
That's enough. No single demon is going to stop me. Might of the Dollar, open!
Chaotic magic flowed through Crowley and banished him into a mana prison. He would hardly be able to escape from it on his own.
Really? We freed him after all that time and now he just lets himself be banished? We could have saved ourselves the effort. What a loser.
Ha! Your demonic ally is banished. Now it's your turn. Let's see how your dungeon likes my arcane tears.
Tears in reality that distorted the space around them formed in the surprised evil's dungeon. The dungeon heart's evil energy seemed to lure the chaotic arcane power beyond those tears. Magical energy burst out of the tears to pierce the dungeon heart.
Oh, okay. These things have to be destroyed. Only, how do we do that?
Violence is always the most obvious solution, thought the crazy evil, as it ordered its creatures to attack the arcane tears. Fascinatingly enough, it actually seemed to work.
You destroyed them? Then I'll just make some new ones. Just let me take a quick break and drink a mana potion and I'll be right with you.
You'll pay for that.
accuser, it is I, Tanos. Your demon has been banished. Now would be the time to stop, and
Oh, just shut up! Just shut up!
there must still be some good left in you that...
La 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 la, can't hear you. Well, that isn't very grown up of you. Me? So? Then he should stop getting on my nerves. Okay, we need a plan. I would suggest we storm the rest of the city and wipe that magician out. And as a little bonus, we can free Crowley on the
Bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. It's payday.
Merry Christmas, you bums. I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho.
No one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered.
Heroes of Dollaran, beat this evil brood back. The power flows through my veins.
It's payday.
Hey!
It didn't seem to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again. Though she was sure to return, it should take better care of her next time. There are enemies in your dungeon. spiders have spread throughout the underground. Your little snots have dug out a new room.
Yeah?
It's payday.
We could probably still talk this out. Oh, who am I kidding? I've already burned half the country to the ground.
Slowly, the obese evil's army advanced and perused the city. Wait, isn't that crowded over there?
Did that idiot actually let them lock him up? Ugh, the time this knucklehead has cost us. Oh, well, maybe we can use him as cannon fodder. We'll free him. Oh, really? I mean, the Prince of Hell is really dangerous and... Ugh, has he been particularly dangerous up till now? He tore down the city walls and then let himself be banished. I have the feeling that every last goblin in my army has been more helpful. Besides, shut up, good Talia.
I'm still Yaina Overproud, and in the name of the moon, I will tear your black heart out. I mean, punish you. I still have a few magic tricks up my sleeve to reinforce those arcane tears. Ha ha ha!
Dungeon heart is under attack. Defend the dungeon heart. Has been excavated in the underground. Payday! The bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest.
99 came here. Lock one down, then turn around. 98 monsters to chop up real small.
It's payday.
Merry Christmas, you bums. Ha! I found my +2 wand of fortified arcane tears. Now I'll show you what pain is.
The conquest-loving Evil's army had entered the square where Crowley was imprisoned. A few arcane pillars seemed to be maintaining his prison. These were sure to break under a few hearty blows and free the pit fiend from his predicament.
You didn't really believe that, did you? Time for Arcane Tear! Take that! And that! And that! And that! Ha-ha!
Maybe we should take care of these things first. Otherwise, this is going to hurt.
Crowley was free. The pit fiend thanked it with a wild roar and immediately set about roasting the do-gooders. Looks like a Sunday barbecue.
Okay, now make yourself useful so that we didn't summon support and free you from your prison for nothing. Yaina, can you hear me? It's time. Time to die.
Ha! Then come, young elf, and we will decide this once and for all. I defeated your demon lackey once before, and I'll mop the floor with you.
You've been waiting for me. We've already duelled at the gates to the city, if your little bird brain can remember that far back.
True. Well, welcome to the Dollaran Academy of Magic. Here's your first lesson in deadly combat magic. Die!
Enough, or do you want more?
You think that's enough to defeat me? I'm going to show you a whole world of pain.
Uh-oh.
Enough. Now, feel the power of the Moonstone. I mean, Dollaran. I mean, whatever. Die!
Dollaran was the capitalist metropolis and home to numerous financial institutions. But lately, the inhabitants living outside Dollaran had had enough of the idiots on the mainland and wanted more independence. Of course, they had thought about this well in advance and already forged numerous excellent plans to ensure that nothing could go wrong.
If this is Christmas, I'd like to be invited to the New Year's Eve party.
Time for you to die.
As often as I die, a life insurance policy would be an absolute goldmine.
be the end. Good always wins.
One might think Sailor Overmoon hadn't done her research. Let's hope she stays dead, too.
We could turn her into an undead. Ha ha ha! What a wonderfully nasty thought. Ooh, even I found that funny. Honestly? But you're the good one of the two of us. Well, I have to develop somehow. I can see we've fallen into evil. Denying it is exhausting. Is this some kind of trick?
Daughter, what have you done? First Grimly, and now Yaina too. Don't expect any mercy from me. I will find you and stop you. My army is approaching Dollaran, and then we will talk.
Yeah, bring it on.
Much as I hate to interrupt the various dialogues, Tanos was still a powerful opponent whom Talia wasn't yet ready to meet. So there was no shame in running away to gain more power before facing this battle.
Coward. All right, fall back. I need a break after that battle.
The invincible Evil's army took Dollaran by storm and captured the hearts of its inhabitants. And I mean that literally. Strange hobby, but hey, others collect stamps and such. And the mighty Yaina Overproud too kicked the daisies and saw the bucket from below. Well, that didn't make much sense. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens when you hire translators that just run the text through Google Translate. But that's enough digression for now. So, Yaina was dead, and Talia and the fabled Evil's army hit the road before Tanos showed up. Soon after, he stood over his companion's corpse. He could do nothing but mourn. And again he screamed his pain into the world with a long, drawn-out "No!" in a manner suspiciously reminiscent of Grimly's death, which of course had absolutely nothing to do with going easy on the game's budget. Meanwhile, the fleet set sail for the mainland. Once the army was back on solid land, Talia torched the captured ships. She currently had no use for them. Yeah, I know. But villains never were big into foresight. Then the cruel Evil's army moved deeper into the countryside, towards a place called Serenity. Once upon a Catapult, Termite Island lay in ruins, but the marauding evil had not yet finished its international destruction tour. The next performance was scheduled for the cozy town of Serenity. The all-devastating Evil's army landed very close to there. Skeptical of all life evil, had left Termite Island far behind it, and had come ashore very close to the quiet town of Serenity. Serenity was a quiet little town, mainly known for being the world's greatest arms exporters. This in itself was not a contradiction, for as quiet and peaceful as Serenity was, somewhere in the world there was always someone who needed arms. And the quiet and peaceful inhabitants of Serenity were more than willing to supply others with instruments of death, including the solvent Evil's armies, as long as the price was right. Now, however, that was going to be their downfall, as the all-destroying evil had no intention of allowing anyone to supply its enemies with weapons. And so it was that Serenity's fate was sealed.
But there's a huge army in Serenity that doesn't look the least bit serene. It's more likely to be a problem.
On the other hand, there were a number of armories near Serenity with siege engines on their lots. These would certainly be useful for making that huge army somewhat smaller.
Excellent idea! Go, you vicious dogs! Capture those armories, and then we'll go give the good people of Serenity a demonstration of their own products. call it targeted advertising.
It's payday. bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest. The people of Serenity were concerned. While as weapons dealers they were accustomed to negotiating with the most disgusting creatures, having the despicable evil's army right at their doorstep was still disconcerting. So they sent a troop out to discreetly persuade the new arrivals to move. Obviously, they didn't count on the insidious killer machine the guileful evil had already built in its dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday.
The Queen of Evil!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
And stay down! Evil is unstoppable!
Serenity's army was almost indecently large. The leader on duty therefore decided to send a punitive expedition into the overworked Evil's dungeon. Naturally, they didn't have a chance down there. In addition, those cowards in Serenity also sent out a well-equipped patrol to cause trouble in the overworld, but only trouble for evil creatures, of course. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
From above. Christmas will be high.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Interspected evil simply tinkered away. It had forgotten there was a huge army in Serenity capable of turning the dungeon into a pile of ashes at any time. In order to prevent this, it would make sense to capture the armories and use the siege weapons located there.
If an old man with a beard and a sleigh and reindeer shows up,
The Absolute Evil's little snots had dug out a new room. The drooling for weapons Evil's army had discovered one of the armories. It quickly decided to capture it.
Hasta la vista, baby.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Take that, you worm!
Payday.
I'm the Queen of Evil.
The unstoppable Evil's army had taken the Eastern Armory and captured a catapult.
Ah, a catapult. Excellent. We can sow chaos and destruction. How does this thing work?
This was one of those newfangled point-and-click catapults, which could be fired fully automatically without a crew. Very handy indeed. Just press the appropriate button, select the target, designate it, and away you go.
Ow! Shoot him.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the death-dealing catapult shot. The catapult shot landed on Serenity's defenders with a juicy smack. There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. The creatures of evil had spotted a powerful patrol from Serenity. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the death-dealing catapult shot. Ha 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 ha! The control from Serenity was no more. They couldn't withstand the concentrated power of the deceptive evil's army. There are enemies in your dungeon. The scouting around Evil's army had discovered an armory. The siege weapons there would be perfect for its arsenal.
Excellent! Let's take it! Forward the army of evil!
A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking bones. Excellent. An armory and gotten a siege weapon in its greedy clawed hands.
Excellent. We should field test it as soon as possible.
Catapult shot. Fly and win. Catapult shot landed on Serenity's defenders with a juicy smack. Ha ha ha!
Ouch!
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's the death-dealing catapult shot. A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking bones. Catapult shot. Fly and win. Wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking bones.
I'm back in the game.
the catapults had delivered their deadly cargo into the air. Serenity had increased its defensive forces. More enemies, more honor, thought the unscrupulous evil, and continued to work on their destruction.
Right. There'll never be a better time to attack. Follow me, evil creatures. For me! I mean for the deviant evil! Cut them down, pillage and burn! Give them wedgies!
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
The end.
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Drop me on the enemy!
Serenity had increased its defensive forces. More enemies, more honor, thought the unscrupulous evil, and continued to work on their destruction.
Right. There'll never be a better time to attack. Follow me, evil creatures! For me! I mean for the deviant evil! Cut them down, pillage and burn! Give them wedgies!
Serenity had been razed to the ground. The destructive evil's army had done a great job here. The hostile evil briefly mourned its former weapons dealer, but then shrugged. Somewhere out there, it would find a new supply. Talia instructed the army to march further north, towards the coast. Why? Well, let's never put that away just yet.
Exactly! Let's get going! Let's go!
What happened to your good side?
My good... Oh, no idea. Good question. But it's kind of refreshing when she keeps her gob shut, isn't it?
Well, I can't argue with you there. And so, the evil's army marched off once more. The hungry ogre. What was it with the perverted evil in those ships, anyway? Why did it always destroy them instead of saving them for another day? As may be, the legendary evil's army once again stood on the coast, wanting to set sail. But this time for the not-quite-so-free cities. But, as I said, it needed a ship to do so. Fortunately, the harbour town of Lotsawinter was not far off, and luckily there was an ally in the area. The gruesome evil's army once again stood on the coast of the Western Kingdoms. There, off the coast, lay the not-quite-so-free cities, a place of indecent wealth. In the planned march on the capital, there was no way these cities could be left standing, as otherwise they would attack the tactical evil from behind. To get there, it needed a ship. Again, we've been here before. Since the capable evil's creatures were still incapable of producing anything that floated, they had to borrow them from the natives. Nearby lay the harbour town of Lotsawinter, home to many famous heroes and a famous seafaring town. Unfortunately, Lotsawinter was extremely well guarded and a meeting place for extremely experienced, not to say high-level heroes. The prepared-to-make-sacrifices evil's miserable creatures wouldn't stand a chance here.
Then why are we here? That doesn't make any sense.
Easy there. However, a mighty creature was camped nearby, an ogre. Its fighting prowess would allow it to meet Lotsawinter's defenders head-on. But first of all, the creature had to be persuaded to join the forces of evil.
No problem. I'll just promise him a beating if he doesn't get a move on.
Interesting idea, but I did just say that he's really powerful, didn't I? He'd mop the floor with everything we could muster against him.
Well, let's have a look at him first, then. Talk first, fight later.
Payday. The playing at a snail's pace evil hadn't exactly been circumspect. By now, it had to be clear to even the most deaf hero that something had taken up residence in the underground. Heroes being what they are, a group of adventurers had already set out to plunder this dungeon's treasures.
They'll pay for that. Break their legs, pull out all their nose hair.
There are enemies in your dungeon. From the book Ogres for Dummies. Ogres are really heavy drinkers. Their beer consumption is legendary. Once, 2 ogres got into a drinking contest and consumed the year's supply of an entire dwarven kingdom in just one day. a look around Evil's army, had reached the Ogre.
Hey, I am Ogre.
Obviously, this creature wouldn't be winning any intelligence contests.
Me happy help you. Moshing heroes fun. But me little thirsty. Before me start, should drink something.
Of course, it couldn't be that easy. A large quantity of beer would first have to be delivered to the Ogre in order to convince him to help out. With a groan, the Brewmaster Evil set to work.
Okay, you nasty little creatures, you heard the word. Time to brew some beer. Move! Hit those brewing kettles. I want to smell barley instead of mold down here. They better not underestimate us. I am willing to send my creatures, I mean the unspeakable evils, wave after wave to the slaughter, if need be. Because I can! Okay, Ogre, we brought you your beer. Now it's time... Wait a minute, where did the beer go? Did you already? And hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Stay where you are. We have a city to attack.
Beer make Ogre hungry. Ogre get quick snack.
The Ogre greedily staggered towards a small nearby farm. The sheep could be heard bleating happily, which quickly turned into a panicked bleating as the sheep saw the Ogre approach.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother clucker!
Yummy, tasty sheep.
The Ogre decimated the sheep instead of attacking Lotsawinter. It was obvious that Talia was unable to get this beast under control, much to the impatient Evil's displeasure.
What? Why is it now my problem when that stupid meatbag gets distracted by a couple of sheep?
Well, I'm just the narrator, not the General of Evil. Anyway, there was a repulsively good town very close by, which could perhaps be brought closer to evil in the meantime.
Fine, let's take care of it. get out of there, twist their arms, smear finger paint in their eyes.
Ogre now, fool!
Wow! How many did you eat there, greedy guts?
Well, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4.
Oh, crap.
And now he's taking a nap. My goodness, my grandchildren will be doing the narration by the time he attacks the town. Anyway, seeing as how ogres were hardcore alcoholics, one could assume that 1 or 2 or 20 or so beers would wake him up. With a heartfelt groan, the beer-brewing evil went back on stride. The pitiful amount of beer the pathetic evil had wouldn't satisfy a baby ogre's thirst. This was tantamount to an insult for a fully grown specimen. Payday! Your little snots have dug out a room. small little snots have dug out a room. And again the ogre was supplied with a truly absurd amount of beer, which he tossed down in just a few seconds.
Okay, that will have to do for now. Get a move on, roly-poly. It's time to flatten lots of winter.
Okay, but Ogre bit rusty. Ogre must do warm-up fight. Probably opponents in forest. Opponents good for warm-up fight. Opponents from forest maybe also burn for small fire later.
What? Wait, where are you going? But the city is... No! Come back, you idiot!
And so it was that the armies of evil set out to follow the ogre, away from lots of winter.
Opponents! Time to march!
It's payday. Ogre stubbornly ran ahead and turned left at a fork in the path. The cautious evil wondered what there was to discover in the other direction. Undaunted, the ogre sprinted onward. The exploring evil's little snot had discovered a room in the underground.
Real opponents, it's clobbering time! Ouch! Hey! For you, I meant!
The ogre had found a worthy opponent for his warm-up training. The fight was on.
That was good fight, but... Ogre very tired now. Take short nap, then we must...
Again? Again? Will this never end?
As the ogre's turgid little eyes closed in sleep and he happily began to snore, a large party of adventurers set out from Winter. They had accepted the quest to kill the ogre.
Kill the ogre? After all the work we put into that whole thing? Like hell! Rock 'em, sock 'em, tie their shoelaces together.
Defend the dungeon hive.
Not even death can stop me.
Ouch! Ogre hurt self. Maybe need little help. Ouch! Ogre head hurts. Blow's not good for Ogre. I need healing beer. That make head so light.
Beer. Beer. My word, does it ever stop?
Obviously not. The foreseeing evil had anticipated something like this and had already gone into production. It's payday.
I am the evil. Ouch!
You hear that grinding sound? That's a giant worm eating its way through the underground. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The Absolute Evil's little snots had dug out a new room. Dragons have nested in the underground. Your dungeon heart is under attack. Your little snots have dug out a new room. Payday. A spider nest has been unearthed. Enemies have entered the dungeon. brewing evil have produced a huge number of barrels of beer, enough to keep several orcs busy for days. Hopefully, it was enough for one for the road for the ogre.
Why do I have to wear this stupid costume for Christmas again?
Your little snots have dug out a room.
That's strength and Ogre. Ogre now ready to fight.
Excellent! That's music to my ears.
Music? Oh, Ogre good musician. Ogre like make music. Wait, sure.
Wait, no! Oh, what have I done?
You're doing that on purpose, right? We'll never reach that damn city if you keep distracting that stupid ogre with all sorts of nonsense. Gosh, I'd love to wear professionals just once. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness.
Oh, hey!
Not worry, that not my blood. Wait, that my blood! Ouch!
The enemy has captured one of your islands of evilness.
So, can start music. I in band, by the way, called OGRE. Short for Okra, Garlic, Radish, Ears. I think. Somehow forgot. Is solo band. But before I start, I might need some beer. I mean, musician sober, really.
More beer? Honestly?
The stressed evil had already seen something like this coming and was tired of the discussions. It set about brewing the barrels of beer. The attack on Lotsawinter would have to work sooner or later. The brewing evil had produced a huge number of barrels of beer, enough to keep several orcs busy for days. Hopefully, it was enough for one for the road for
What can I do for you?
Now I can start. Ogre solo!
That's deafening. I mean, intoxicating.
My goodness, what kind of an amateurish cacophony is that? It's like someone ground an out-of-tune piano between two millstones. That's repulsive.
Who insult ogre music? You'll die for that!
Finally, the ogre tore through lots of Winter's city walls and entered an enraged battle with the critics of his disgusting, marvelous music. Yeah, you show 'em a left, a right, and a jab. Jab! All right.
Hasta la vista, baby.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Evil is unstoppable.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Evil is unstoppable.
Heyday.
Get up.
Had done a truly artful job of reducing Winter to a pile of smoking rubble. Luckily, the harbour escaped the destruction, as the insidious evil still wanted to visit the not-quite-so-free cities.
Very nice. We really cleaned house here too. Tanos will be raging. So then all the creatures on board and anchors away. Arr!
What happened to your good side?
Huh? No idea. Probably lying on some psychiatrist's couch telling him what a rough childhood she had. Loser.
Isn't that your... Oh, never mind. The Fable Evil's army made ready for departure.
Hey, can I come? But I might need a beer for the road.
Ups and downs. The relentless evil had reached the not-quite-so-free cities in order to defeat another one of Tanos's comrades. But the defenses needed to be weakened first. The city's water supply was very close. Together with the muscular ogre, the pillaging evil had destroyed the city of Winter. And so the former harbor city was consumed by the flames. All that remained was a smoking pile of misery. The third part of the Winter series should probably be named Ash Beach of Death, then. At the victory celebration, the ogre insisted on giving a little concert with his solo band. Unfortunately, no one was able to face the odors that followed his butt trumpet solos, and even Talia escaped with the smell-sensitive evil's army as the poor soul-serving ogre collapsed, wheezing on the ground. And so the resource-wasting evil had once again captured a ship to again sail off to some other place. This story is so, exciting and varied. And so the carefree evil's army sailed for the not-quite-so-free cities, a network of unacceptably prosperous towns spanning the islands in front of the mainland. It went without saying there was no way they could be ignored on the way to the capital city. But even more important was the fact that Elric the Pretty was there. A good-natured, narcissistic paladin who served the goddess, and far, far worse, one of Tanos's comrades in arms. Certainly, Talia wouldn't pass up a chance to get one over on her foster father by shearing one of his little lambs and roasting it over a slow fire. Where did I put great-grandfather's paladin It's So Wonderfully Juicy recipe book? The relentless evil's armies had reached the not-quite-so-free cities. Several large cities were spread across numerous smaller islands. The capital of Alphas was very close. This was probably where Elric the Pretty was to be found. Unfortunately, the not-quite-so-free cities were very well defended. A direct attack would be unwise. But the insidious evil had already formed a plan designed to weaken the defenses. There were a number of fresh water supplies located very close to the landing site. If someone were to add something to them, the effects could be very interesting.
That's why I have this vial of zombie virus with me. Excellent! Poison water, create undead. Got it. Onwards, creatures. Smash them, break their necks, introduce motions of censure against them.
Unfortunately, the waters were extremely tricky in this area and could rise and fall within a very short time. But sadly, the hydrophobic evil's creatures had never taken a swimming course.
Idiots. Morons. No loss there.
You could look at it that way, but the fatigued evil was getting tired of always replenishing its armies. It had therefore prudently already built a crypt in order to be able to revive horde creatures.
Sure, for all I care. I'm getting the itch, and that means I have to destroy something soon.
What is that weird thing in the dungeon? Looks like some kind of portal, but it seems to be inactive.
Then we can ignore it for now.
Ah, yes. The simplicity of the maliciously minded. But anyway, the portal thingy, or whatchamacallit, seemed to be extremely solidly built and indestructible anyway. It therefore actually did make sense to ignore it for now.
Power, it's so incredibly strong! Dark power fills me!
Talia had reached the first water supply and began a mystical ritual to contaminate it.
If by mystical ritual you mean that I simply slowly dribble this stuff into the water, then you are absolutely correct.
A nearby colony of shrimps was somewhat disturbed by the presence of the unrighteous evil's army. Or they might have just been hungry, whatever. Anyways, they set out to remedy the problem.
Go up there and kill those things. It's lobster and shrimp soup tonight. That should provide some gastric distress, or for some Walking Dead.
First water supply had been contaminated. 2 others were still waiting for a visit from Talia.
have a machine gun. Oh. Destroy the good! Ooh!
Even though I personally find it difficult to distinguish between that rotten undead smell and the smell of fish, the local heroes' noses were much better trained. They soon set out to get to the bottom of things, which is to say, the underground. I mean the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday.
And stay down! Ow! Thanos must die! Gonna get up. Once, just once, I'd like to celebrate Christmas normally. Showed him.
There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Suddenly, this portal thing in the dungeon started to light up. Something was happening. Heroes on the surface had obviously activated it and used it as a direct access to the dungeon, bypassing the arduous route through the overworld.
What? Heroes are using a portal into the dungeon. Crush them! Scratch their eyes out! Feed them cat food!
Heroes are wrecking your rooms. A rumor coursed through the ranks of the rumor-mongering Evil Eye that there was a time-worn ritual site somewhere in the area where an ancient evil creature could be summoned. The immediately taken notes evil was extremely interesting.
And how? Deadly new creatures are always good. Thanos will be amazed when I face them.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. didn't seem to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again. Although she was sure to return, it should take better care of her next time. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Everything good must die.
payday. The inattentive evil had led its army into an ambush. That was going to hurt.
Ha! We'll show them, mutilate them, break their legs, click your tongues loudly in their ears. Evil is unstoppable!
There are enemies in your dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack. The jubilant evil scouts had discovered something that looked suspiciously like a ritual site. Legend has it that one had to sacrifice a number of creatures to the tide in order to create something powerful and evil.
Right. So, time to play Dunk the Creature. Everyone line up and prepare to drown by numbers.
It says here that they have to be skeletons. You have to sacrifice skeletons to the tide.
Oh, right. Okay. Everyone except the skeletons, get back to work. Droning has been cancelled for now. At least for everyone except the skeletons.
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday.
God dang!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
Yeah, sure. It's Christmas. Stay down! Showed him.
And once again, Talia bought the farm. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Thanos must die. What?
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. didn't seem to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again. Although she was sure to return, it should take better care of her next time. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I've been resurrected. Thank you.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Death from above.
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Stuff either makes them blind and deaf or turns them into zombies. I don't care. Chaos and destruction. it's an exact science. On to number 3. If this is Christmas, I'd like to be invited to a New Year's Eve party.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
Where are you taking me?
heroes were not quite as stupid as those elsewhere and suspected that something was wrong. A group immediately set out to protect the water.
Damn environmentalists, what a bunch of pains in the neck. Go stop them! Rip out their fingernails, smear them with rancid bacon fat.
Wonderful. The last water supply had been contaminated. Excellent work. Now that all the water supplies had been contaminated, the satisfied Evil's army could move into the interior, towards the capital of the not-quite-so-free cities, Alphas.
Huh? That was it for here? Didn't bring us anything at all, did it? I don't see any effects.
Wait for it. Pipes and pumps carried the water into the not-quite-so-free cities. That's where the effects would be felt.
Oh, excellent. So what are we waiting for? I have to talk to Elric. I'm a little disgruntled that we haven't run into that idiot yet.
Still not heard anything from your good side?
Nothing. But she's about as useful as bunions anyway, right? Let's just hope she stays wherever she is.
The Titan of Alphas. Once the waters of the not-quite-so-free cities have been contaminated, the oppressive Evil's army set out to destroy the city's last landmark, the bronze Titan of Alphas. The merciless Evil's army marauded through the not-quite-so-free cities. The Bronze Guardian, the wonder of Alphas, was very close by. If it fell, that would dramatically weaken the locals' fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the contaminated water was working away.
Hey, you really don't look good. Are you contaminated? But... The contaminated must die!
But I have a wife and children! Ah!
Every time one of the contaminated died, they reanimated as an undead. Ha! Now this is fun. Paladin Elric tried to regain control of the situation.
Undead? Ha! An unworthy opponent for an outstanding paladin such as myself. Die, monsters! You dare to kill a part of me, monster! Ha! You will pay for that. But I think I'd better resurrect myself again first. An outstanding victory for the forces of good. Once again, my fighting power shines in the goddess's glory. Time to heal my wounds. No problem, thanks to my wondrous powers.
Meanwhile, Talia had to deal with the tides.
Hurry! Hurry! High tide is coming! Go now! Unholy hopping hellhounds! We should have offered our creatures a swimming course. Saved on the wrong things again. Oh, fine, whatever. At least we're here now. The underground here is too soft for a dungeon, but we should be able to take them anyway. Come on, follow me. Mow them down, kill them, shove your fingers in their noses. Yeah, sure. It's Christmas. I know. Very.
The marauding Evil's army had discovered a farm. If this was taken, the inhabitants could also easily be converted to undead.
Permanently converted with axes and clubs.
Wicked Evil had taken the farm and converted the inhabitants to undead. Splendid work. There were several villages in the area. The inhabitants there would surely convert to undead with a little convincing.
Okay, I know what to do. Hit and hit and hit until nothing moves, and then enlist it in the army when it starts moving again. Can do.
Evil's army had reached the southern village. A few beatings combined with their brief demise quickly converted the inhabitants into undead. Oh, it seemed the villagers had also locked up one of the already transformed. It could prove very useful. Had freed a vampire from captivity. These mighty creatures were excellent fighters who froze their opponent's blood in their veins if they didn't suck them dry like an overripe orange. The pillaging evil had reached the western village. The inhabitants there were just begging to be transformed into undead. At least, what I say, is what they really want. The blood-sucking evil had liberated another vampire. The plundering evil's army had entered the northeastern village. The inhabitants there would surely be quickly and carefully turned into undead. Come on, lend a hand here. Had liberated yet another vampire. The destructive evil had destroyed all of the surrounding villages. An excellent job, naturally only made possible by an extraordinary narrator's copious directions. And now it determinedly advanced on the bronze titan of Alphas. The mighty evil continued to march undaunted on...
Stop! Who entreats entry into the camp of the glorious Elric the Pretty?
Who the hell calls themselves the Pretty?
Ah, Talia. I've been looking for you. My excellent mind tracked you down, just as I expected.
I came here on my own. You didn't track me at all. You just sat around on your lazy arse while I sacked the entire area.
Ah, silence, you wretched monster! I will now punish you. In the name of good, in the name of the goddess, and in the name of Tanos, your days are numbered.
Are you finally done, you braggart? I'll put you away. I'll cut you down. I'll wipe your mouth with a dirty old rag.
Ha! Do you really think you're ready for me? You're no worthy opponent for me. The goddess herself has blessed me. I am worth 3 paladins.
Oh, stop exaggerating and let's finally get down to...
No, I really am worth 3. Watch and wonder. By the power of the goddess, multiply me! They say I have healing hands. Yes, I'm pretty. Yes, I am. Now get ready for a body slam. The healer? Just wait, you will pay for that. You killed Elric the Resurrector? For that, you will be punished. Yes, I'm pretty. Yes, I am. Now get ready for a body slam. Against you. This cannot.
The bronze titan of Alphas had been destroyed. Nothing more stood in the way of the destruction of the not-quite-so-free cities. The victorious evil triumphed yet again. Oh yes, and it had also destroyed the last of Tanos' companions in the process. Now it was time.
You killed Elric! Enough is enough. Now, I'm going to take care of you personally. Everything evil shall be destroyed!
Now it really was time to face Tanos. The doubtful evil was not convinced that Talia was up to this fight.
I can take him. I hope.
I am your father. The not-quite-so-free cities were naught but smoking ruins. But Tanos had now reached Talia and the surprised evil's army. An epic battle loomed.
The time has come to stop you once and for all, Talia. You have brought sorrow to this land and killed my stalwarts, my friends. You are truly evil.
Thank you. I do try. But you want to stop me? You and what army?
Army? I'll show you my army. Feel the wrath of the goddess while I open the gates to Valhalla.
Tanos' divine power flowed through the land and began to open a portal in the dungeon. A portal which transported revoltingly noble and good-natured heroes from the afterworld directly into the dungeon.
Okay. Here comes the army.
Talia was clearly overwhelmed by the situation. The annoyed evil sighed. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself.
Hey, great idea. It's about time I got to know the big boss anyway.
Bringing the absolute evil here would require a great deal of chaotic magic. No mana would work here. We're talking substantial sacrifices. This would require a number of volunteers to be taken from the prison and thrown into the sacrificial pit. Payday. The cocooning evil had merrily entrenched itself in the dungeon, but the troops from the not-quite-so-free cities scented a chance to gain the upper hand with Tanos' presence and gathered ready to storm the dungeon for the good.
Let them come! We'll tear them a new one, put them over our knees, tell them bad jokes.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Drop me on the enemy. Give me my orders.
The dungeon heart is being attacked. Constantly nagging evil's tireless little snots had uncovered a number of magic toolboxes in the underground. They could be used to produce much better workplaces.
Really? Excellent. Is there any other way to get these magic toolboxes?
As a matter of fact, the magic toolbox wanting evil could produce them itself. All it had to do was build a laboratory where undead could combine toolboxes and mana to make those magic toolboxes.
Oh, that sounds extremely simple. Come on, you lazy little snots. Build one of those laboratories now.
The exploratory evil had discovered a few caged, contaminated in one of the villages. If someone were to free them and then kill them...
New undead! Excellent! Go save them, free them, and send them to the slaughter! evil is unstoppable!
That was not all, Talia. Feel my anger. I will open another gate to Valhalla.
This Thanos really didn't do things by halves. A portal opened in the surprised evil's dungeon. Soon it would bring new heroes into the dungeon.
Oh, crap. Damn it. Go! Beat them! Kill them! Make them fill out tax returns!
Heyday! The laboratory was ready for use. Undead could from now on work there to turn mana and toolboxes into the greatly prized magic toolboxes. An insane success. scouting evil had discovered more contaminated, who would joyfully join its army, once they died, of course.
Energy grows stronger! Hey!
It's payday.
Ouch!
The gates of Valhalla are opening. Anytime now. think that was it, Tony? Ha! Valhalla has more of those to offer. Take that.
And again, Tanos opened a gate to Valhalla, which brought even more heroes into the perplexed-looking Evil's dungeon.
We can take them. Go! Bite their noses off, twist their ears, fart in their faces!
Troops of Valhalla, destroy the evil!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon hut.
I'll be back. Returned!
Payday.
What?
Payday.
wasn't everything. Time for another portal to Valhalla.
And another portal opened in the dungeon. The briefly hesitating evil looked a little confused, but then shrugged.
Gates of Valhalla are opening. Anytime now. You brave men and women of Valhalla, destroy our enemies!
Dungeon path is under attack. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I'm even more powerful!
It's payday. conquest-craving evil had destroyed parts of the overworld, things were going well.
Do you think that impresses me? Ha! That just makes me even more angry. The warriors of Valhalla will pass judgment upon you. Oh, yes. And my reinforcements, of course.
Scattered defenders from the not-quite-so-free cities trickled in over the old road. Impudently enough, they appeared to be interested in making the overworld good again.
What? Keep them! Cut them to pieces! Take their hero licenses away!
The gates of Valhalla are already opening. Watch and wonder, Talia. Warriors of Valhalla, rise!
Your dungeon heart is under attack. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The still wanting to summon itself evil had by now sacrificed a good third of the necessary heroes. His summoning would not be long in coming.
Talia, stop your reprehensible conduct immediately! Human sacrifice, how could you? That is pure evilness and totally despicable. Troops of Valhalla, destroy the evil!
Heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness. An island of evilness is being attacked. There are enemies in your dungeon. The enemy has captured one of your islands of evilness. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday.
Tell me what to do.
The gates of Valhalla are already opening. Watch and wonder, Talia.
A good 2/3 of the needed heroes had been sacrificed. The soon-to-summon itself evil was already rubbing its hands. Ha! It would wipe the floor with Thanos.
This is where your abominable deeds end. Die, blasphemous abomination! You brave men and women of Valhalla, destroy our enemies!
Evil will triumph!
Defend the dungeon heart. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Tell me what to do!
Payday.
My power is growing. Soon the troops from Valhalla shall rise. You brave men and women of Valhalla, destroy our enemies!
Your dungeon heart is under attack. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness. Your dungeon heart is under attack.
That you worm!
An island of evilness is being attacked. The enemy has captured one of your islands of evilness. Done. The freshening up for the summoning evil had sacrificed enough heroes. There was nothing left to prevent its arrival. But could it wait just a little longer?
That almost sounds like a challenge. Of course we can hold the fort. For a while, at least. It is time. Finally, time to kick the arse of Thanos!
Never, abomination! You have no power here! You shall not pass!
The time had finally come. The absolute evil rose from the depths of the temple. Not a second too soon, as Thanos once again called countless heroes from his portals. But these heroes were, of course, no danger to the immortal evil. More like a nice warm-up routine. It joyfully cut its way through the enemy ranks, their blood spurting in all directions. The censors won't like that bit, but we don't care. After those enemies had been destroyed, the malicious evil turned to Thanos. An epic duel began. The two opponents' powers briefly washed them in bright light, while wild tendrils of energy darted through the air. They exchanged a few blows before freezing into an epic pose for a staring contest. A cliched battle, the kind one sees in every second anime, where it spends 3 entire episodes on the same scene. But the opponents were not as equal as one would believe. Thanos realized that he was no match for the absolute evil. Fear took hold of him as his defeat became foreseeable, and his courage and his will dwindled. But his goddess showed mercy when he implored her. She protected him with a divine shield so that he could use his homestone to teleport to safety. The absolute evil erupted in wild insults, which anyone familiar with the wargame craft could fully understand. Unfortunately, the unspeaking evil had no voice, so it only hissed silently to itself and waved its hands in a threatening manner. Unfortunately, it couldn't stay in this place forever, and so the homey evil once again disappeared. But Talia had tasted blood. The disgrace of her failure sat deep, causing her to pursue Thanos. She drove the having an ice-cold drink at home evil's army on towards the capital in a forced march. Shortly thereafter, Talia stood before Stormbreeze, ready to end the conflict once and for all. Baptism of fire. The absolute evil had greatly weakened Thanos and put him to flight. Talia immediately took up the chase, without the outstanding evil. Thanos had fled following his defeat at the hands of the absolute evil. Talia had immediately taken up the chase without first summoning the ultimate evil again.
Right, as if I couldn't do this on my own. I kick Thanos' arse, tear his eyes out, and use his teeth as a xylophone.
Anyway, it was rash. Nevertheless, Talia had followed her former mentor and foster father to his hometown of Stormbreeze. There, the final battle would take place. I think so, anyway.
Yeah, who is making all that awful noise? Are those carolers out in front of the dungeon?
Talia and her army entered the city of Swamplands. There they found some barricades and, an ambush. Naturally, no one could have thought of that.
Hasta la vista, baby. of reckoning is near, Thanos.
Thanos was but a short distance away. Talia prepared for the upcoming epic battle.
Talia, you dare to pollute the blessed city of Stormbreeze with your corrupt presence?
Got it in one, old man. Time to settle up. You wanted to turn me into a miserable good marionette and show me off as a virtuous little animal that you'd train the evil out of. Don't lie.
Lie? It's true. I thought I could make something natural out of you, something good. But you remain the same mangy, evil scum you always were.
Oh, that's not entirely true. I'm still here too. Ugh, you. Honestly, you crawl into a corner for so long, and now you come out to brush around Papa Thanos' legs, whining.
Ah, then there is still hope for you. Interesting.
Time to die, old man.
Enough! That's enough! We end this now! Feel the wrath of all that is good!
Thanos conjured up a mighty firestorm that rolled toward Talia and her army. However, it didn't differentiate between good and evil, and burned into the city of Stormbreeze as well.
The purifying fire will redeem you!
Without the ultimate evil, Talia didn't fare well. She could only run if she didn't want to die in the firestorm.
Okay, run! Take to your heels! Flee from the fire! Rub yourself with burn cream!
Do not try to escape the purifying flames, child. They will cleanse you. Take that!
Thanos cast another spell and let fire rain from the sky. Apparently, he did not mind burning more of Stormbreeze to the ground.
There! The graves are sinking into the ground! That's extremely strange, but whatever. It's the ideal escape route.
The firestorm devastated large parts of Stormbreeze and grew ever larger and faster.
You won't escape the purifying fire that easily, even if I have to burn the whole city to the ground!
Oh, crap. What do I do now? I need the absolute evil! Help!
The absolute evil was a little busy at the moment. All right, I'll lend a quick hand. That mausoleum over there was, in fact, an undead, a mighty grave golem. It rose and cleared the way for Talia.
Oh, great! Thanks! Forwards! Flee in panic! Run like hell! Speed off on segways!
This barricade looked extremely strong. Not a problem for a powerful titan like the Grave Golem.
Just die, will you, you miserable do-gooder! Evil is unstoppable!
Burn! Cleansing fire! If Stormbreeze cannot withstand the evil, it deserves to die in the flames!
But Tanos! What? You're supposed to be the good one! Really? Could have fooled me. Come on! We have to keep going! That stupid water tower is in the way! Grave Golem! Take care of it! Help!
A few heroes had been trapped by the flames. Unfortunately, there was no time to enjoy their suffering.
We're saved! Thanks, evil creature.
Yeah, sure, you're welcome!
More or less by chance, Talia had saved the imprisoned heroes, but now was not the time to think about good deeds like that. The flames approached inexorably.
You think you can escape me? Ha! I'll burn this forest down too! Good will triumph! Burn!
Ah, now he's gone completely insane. Take cover!
Tanos' rain of fire fell on the forest and set it alight. Luckily for Talia, this opened up new paths, which allowed her to proceed.
You don't have to tell me twice. Let's go!
The firestorm seemed to spread even more quickly. Talia took to her heels.
We're almost there. Come on! Keep running, you fools! Follow me! Women and dark elves first! Ah! Just die, will you, you miserable do-gooder! He's not gonna get up. Ah! Ambush!
Ah, Talia. Good to see you made it this far. Now, let the goddess fire purify you.
Oh, Tanos, what's wrong with you? You're supposed to be the good guy. You're destroying Stormbreeze.
This city would have fallen anyway. It was weak and would have failed in the fight against evil. Now that I have cleansed it with a purifying fire, it can be rebuilt, stronger than ever. But that is none of your concern, for it is time to cleanse you.
Ouch! Ouch!
The grave golem threw itself in front of Talia. A selfless act, which one would not necessarily expect from an undead. Ultimately, it paid for its deed by dying its final death.
Oh, you're still alive. This is a sign from the goddess. She wants me to turn you to good again. Well, so be it.
Talia had walked into Tanos's trap because she failed to listen to the superb narrator. Okay, no one could have guessed that Tanos would willingly burn down the capital city of Stormbreeze just to defeat his daughter? Not exactly a good paladin's finest hour, but this plan would have worked. Actually, Tanos had expected his magic to destroy Talia, but the grave golem had heroically thrown itself before its leader and saved her from certain death. Tanos saw it as a sign from the goddess that his foster daughter was not yet lost, and only needed a push in the right direction. And so it was that Tanos turned to the things one used to convince others and made eager use of the Inquisitor's torture chamber. What? You didn't expect that? Well, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Talia could not endure the torture, I mean persuasion, forever. Her fate appeared to be sealed. But the absolute evil was not yet defeated, for it still had influence even without Talia. Light and shadow. Tanos had captured Talia, but the ominous evil still had some influence and built a dungeon very close by.
Do not resist the light, daughter. Purify your soul.
Ah! Ah! Father! Why are you doing this? These are not good deeds.
You will know, daughter. Soon you will know.
The capture of Talia and her immediate torture, purification, one occasionally slips up with these religious fanatics, strengthened the heroes' morale. They assumed that good would now win, but they did not know about the dungeon growing in the underground. Even without Talia, the seductive evil still had some influence and powerful creatures. The evil set about raising an army that would free Talia. Do we really have to? Okay, she's funny and all that, but she takes away a lot of my narration time, which I could fill with brilliant monologues instead. Or I could recite a poem. Did I ever tell you the story about how I rode a bicycle over my own toe? Yeah, okay, you don't have to threaten me. We'll get her back. Fine. Payday.
There are evil creatures in the underground? Go, my faithful. Cleanse that place and destroy the evil scum.
The lethargic evil's presence was no longer undetected. Heroes would henceforth be visiting the dungeon.
Drive the evil from your thoughts and let the goddess into your heart again, daughter.
Evil will triumph. I read the walkthrough. Ah!
thirsting for evil's army had reached an island of the good, but it wouldn't remain one for long. The advancing evil's army marched towards a small nearby village. The citizens there fearfully armed themselves and attempted to go on the offensive.
Do not despair! The goddess is on our side! These evil creatures will never be able to resist warriors of the light! Destroy them, and their breeding ground in the underground! Despair not, daughter. My spell will completely dominate you, and
The ruthless evil's army had discovered a small island of good, and now decided to pay it a short visit. Payday.
back to good, my child.
Unfortunately, I'm finding the torture just a little distracting. Ah!
The thirsting for revenge evil's troops had discovered one of the heroes' outposts. They knew what they had to do. How do you like that, Thanos? I mean, the inspiring me evil's army had laid waste to the outpost. Now it continued marauding through the country on its way to free Talia.
You will pay for that, vile pack. The goddess will purify you, and the flames will cleanse you.
The pillaging evil's army marched towards the village, and definitely not to buy cheap meats and sausages. Payday.
Renounce evil and return to the light, daughter.
The merciless evil had briefly explained to the villagers that it really only wanted to rescue Talia, but seeing as how its army was already there, it razed the village to the ground anyway.
You wicked, despicable creature. May you forever burn in hell. Good shall prevail. What? The village was wiped out? Those miserable dogs. Whoever failed in the fight against evil must have been possessed by evil. It is time for my personal guards to go out and once and for all destroy those evil monsters!
Defend the dungeon heart.
Despair not, daughter. My spell will completely dominate you and drive the evil out. Once you are completely under my command, you will be free from the hold of evil. Then, in my name, you can take an army and destroy the evil in its own lair.
The marauding evil had discovered another island of good. They really should be better hidden if they don't want them to be plundered, burned, and desecrated. Well, that's just the way those do-gooders are.
Drive the evil from your thoughts, and let the goddess into your heart again, daughter.
Evil will triumph. I read the walkthrough. Ah!
Your dungeon heart is under attack. Payday. spiders have spread throughout the underground. The dungeon heart is being attacked. A new room has been discovered in the dungeon.
Renounce evil and return to the light, daughter.
Where there is light, there is also darkness. Ah!
Tanos' fortress was not far away. Nothing more stood in the way of Tanya's liberation. Well, except for the might of Tanos, of course. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday. The rattling of Talia's breath was not a good sign. It was impossible to say how much longer she could hold on, but definitely not too long. A spider nest has been discovered.
Tell you about my lord and master, the absolute evil. Ah! Ah!
Okay, he was a grumpy old racist who wanted to cut your head off when you were a baby and always insulted you, but that's no reason.
almost within reach of the coming to the rescue evil's army. Now was a really good time to think about what to do about Tanos.
Have to do everything myself? I'm busy trying to convert my foster daughter to good through severe torture. Can't you see that? So be it. It will be easy prey for the goddess. Die, scum!
Tanos threw himself at the absolute evil's army. He wouldn't need long to deal with them, but he was distracted, and Talia was able to free herself from his mental prison.
Must flee. Must reach the dungeon heart. I must reach the dungeon heart.
Daughter, don't do that! Do not let evil take hold of you again! Stay with me!
Thank you, but I can do without your conversion by torture. But I won't forget it. You will pay for that. And that's what my good side has to say.
With these words, Talia threw herself on the dungeon heart and was teleported away by the tactical evil. Talia was still no match for Tanos, but the sly evil already had a plan. Two sides of the medal. The helpful evil had freed Talia from her foster father Tanos' tortures. But another confrontation was inevitable. Talia had to be prepared for it. Teleporting evil had freed Talia from Tanos' torture chamber and sent her to a distant location.
Yeah. Thanks for that, by the way.
Quiet, I'm having one of my excessive monologues. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Freak. Talia wondered what she was supposed to do here.
Yeah, what am I doing here anyway?
I said quiet. Supposed to do... The planning evil had teleported her close to Mount Destiny. There she would have to face the tests to become a real lightsaber wielder. A true evil. And don't worry, she wouldn't have to carry the well-nourished evil on her back. But the road to Mount Destiny was lined with two thriving cities. For better or for worse, these would first have to be dealt with.
Well, good and evil are concepts defined by the viewer. From his fanatical, crazy view of the world, Tanos probably still thinks that he is a champion of good. Oh, you mean we could be the good guys in the end then? Sure, why not? So now pull yourself together. There are heroes here to be thrashed and tortured.
Payday. The local heroes were not as deaf as was thought, and so the dungeon under their feet had not escaped their notice. With Thanos having deemed the failure to attack evil creatures as high treason, they hurried to attack the dungeon as quickly as possible.
Just let them come. We'll cut them up, chop them up, and pour lye into their eyes.
Your little snots have uncovered a dragon's nest.
If an old man with a beard and a sleigh and reindeer shows up... Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all!
stomping evil had startled a few stone guards, which unfortunately didn't impress them at all.
Ouch! Ouch!
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
And stay down!
Your dungeon heart is under attack. There are enemies in your dungeon.
I want Tanos's...
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Everything evil comes from above.
Your dungeon heart is under attack. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. Heyday! There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Who is making all that awful noise? Those carolers out in front of the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Evil will triumph.
A new room has been discovered in the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon line. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. The gods weren't particularly impressed by the sacrifice. The gods weren't particularly impressed by the sacrifice. The gods found the sacrifice. Okay. The gods found the sacrifice. Okay. The wandering evil had awakened a few stone guards who were sleeping peacefully in the underground. They were more than unhappy about the whole thing.
You desire?
Heyday. The sacrifice didn't coax a single god out of the clouds. The gods weren't particularly impressed by the sacrifice. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Drop me on the enemy.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday. The wandering evil had awakened a few stone guards who were sleeping peacefully in the underground. They were more than unhappy about the whole thing. There are enemies in your dungeon.
What's up?
The Mage Tower Shield generator had been destroyed, leaving the catapult unprotected, just the way the unprotected exploiting evil liked it. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Cancel the leftovers for the lepers, no more mercy for executions, and cancel Christmas. Bye-bye, baby!
The exploratory evil had discovered a human city once home to a dark subculture, Extra. It was heavily guarded. An attack would have about the same chance of success as a snowball in hell. Maybe there were other ways to get in there. heyday. A giant worm has been sighted in the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
I'll be back.
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Seemed to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again. Although she was sure to return, it should take better care of her next time.
Death is not the end.
It's payday. Talia and the oh-so-proud evil had done a great job and reduced both cities to piles of smoking rubble. The road to Mount Destiny was now wide open.
Phew, that was fun. After the thing with Tanos, I didn't think I still had it in me. But yes, I can still destroy. Oh, that was efficient of you. I mean, me. You know, I've become quite used to this whole being evil thing. It's not bad. You see? That's what I like to hear. There's obviously enough of me and you, like of you and me. Oh, this split personality thing is still totally confusing.
An exciting monologue, or is it dialogue? Which I want to end at this point due to total boredom. Besides, the conversation doesn't include the brilliant narrator, so it's completely absurd anyway. Anyway, the worry-free evil continued on, to Mount Destiny. A disturbance in the Force. Talia had climbed Mount Destiny. The unspeakable evil led her here to strengthen her with a ritual.
Whew. Oh, man. What a climb! Why does this ritual have to take place up here?
Heroes training always in remote places is done. Know that you should, young Padawan. Talia had climbed Mount Destiny. The insidious evil had brought her here so she could become more powerful. This required the ritual of sacrifice.
Sacrifice? Doesn't sound so great right off the bat.
Of course, Talia would not be sacrificed, but rather her minions. More specifically, one of each kind of Titan should be sacrificed in a ritual. The Ogre would have to be led to this spot to trigger the ritual. And this is where the Grave Golem would have to wait to perform the ritual. Finally, the Pit Fiend would have to be brought exactly here to complete the ritual.
Okay, I can do that. But what's the deal with this wall of fire?
Impetuous you are, young Padawan. First, your task you must do.
Okay. As long as you stop talking funny, I'll go along with it.
Absolute Evil's little snots had dug out a new room. Heyday! The heroes in the area were apparently unwilling to simply watch the deviant evil work, and instead set out to attack the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
My brother-in-law wrote to me that Thanos burned all the fields in the south so that the peasants would no longer be distracted by their work and fight for him as soldiers instead.
There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Ooh! Hey!
Dragons have nested in the underground. There are enemies in your dungeon. Heyday.
They say Tanos burnt down an entire village because not everyone volunteered for the war against evil.
My brother-in-law wrote to me that Tanos burned all the fields in the south so that the peasants would no longer be distracted by their work and fight for him as soldiers instead.
The cowardly heroes destroyed the bridge before the malicious evil's army could march over it. Wimps. Now, another way would have to be found.
Hasta la vista, baby!
It's payday.
Evil is unstoppable!
The catastrophe causing evil had reached a thingy site. This is where the ogre had to be brought. Payday.
Allegedly destroyed the city of Catho, or something like that, because he feared that the inhabitants were contaminated.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. A spider nest has been unearthed. Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Been excavated in the underground. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness. The gods weren't particularly impressed by the sacrifice.
Thanos supposedly sank all the ships in the Northern Fleet so that they couldn't flee.
payday. The ready-to-sacrifice evil had reached a thingy site. This is where the grave golem had to be brought. Wandering evil had reached the pit fiend's thingy site. Excellent.
Ouch! Ouch!
Talia and the pit fiend stood ready for the ritual. Unfortunately, so did some stone guards who had gotten wind of the whole thing.
No problem. There'll be child's play for us. By us, I mean me. Because I'll be busy with the ritual. Go. Take them down. Paddle their asses. Step on their toes.
battled one last damn Gandalf or something like that, and then died as part of the ritual. Amusing, considering that we used a ritual to summon him in the first place. Sweet Alanis might be better advised to look at that the next time she writes a song about irony. Payday! The Grave Golem ritual began once Ed and Talia had taken their respective places. Naturally, the ritual magically attracted a number of stone guards. They streamed in to stop the ritual, permanently.
We're not going to let that scare us. Go, defend us! Hold the line, throw cotton balls at them.
Golem viewed its coming death through the ritual with equanimity. As an undead, it was used to dying, so what fear should a lasting death hold?
New power flows through me. I could easily lead Zerg! Whatever Zerg are.
The ritual began. It would take some time, naturally coinciding with an attack by a few stone guards. Some coincidence, eh?
Level designer. Go! Crush the stone guards flat! Protect the ogre! Hit him with a left hook! Oh, and protect me too, please!
There are enemies in your dungeon. ogre once again looked lost, for it obviously did not realize that the ritual would end with its death. Well, everyone on the side of evil is just that little bit more dispensable.
I feel new power flowing through me! Ah! Now I'll defeat Thanos with ease.
The ritual was complete. New power flowed through Talia. In addition, she also learned a new, highly useful skill. The Frost Nova.
Frost Nova? Sounds pretty cool to me. But how is that supposed to help me against Thanos?
This was particularly interesting because Thanos mainly used fire. Cold as a countermeasure for fire. Perfect.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Frost Nova, yay! Fine. What do we do now?
Of course, Talia immediately began to test her newly acquired skill on the Wall of Fire to the northeast. By whatever strange set of circumstances applies in these situations, it proved to be the ideal test object.
All right, I know what to do. Right, I'm gonna freeze that thing, put out those flames, blow out that candle.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Hey! What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
With this still and gag, Talia cast her newly acquired Frost Nova. The effect was tremendous and covered a large area in ice. There are enemies in your dungeon. The harassing evil couldn't get enough of Talia's Frost Nova. Unfortunately, it was not yet available again.
Destroy the good! Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all!
The wall of fire in the northeast was still standing. The wall of fire had been destroyed and opened a route to a hero army camp coincidentally located there.
More training objects. Excellent. Time to break the ice.
The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground.
My brother-in-law wrote to me that Thanos burned all the fields in the south so that the peasants would no longer be distracted by their work and fight for him as soldiers instead.
Payday.
I'll be back.
Tanya had extensively tested her newly acquired skills on the Mount Destiny army camp.
Yep. Good thing it was there. These occasional coincidences.
Now she was ready. It was time for the final battle against Thanos, to decide once and for all whether good or evil would triumph.
Then again, Thanos wasn't all that good anymore either. I mean, he burnt a lot of things and people.
Yes, apparently Thanos had internalized his Machiavelli. But okay, fine. Then it was time to decide once and for all whether evil, or the evil that thinks it's good, would triumph.
Exactly, let's go. Thanos, get yourself some extra underwear.
Everything has an end. It was time. After her training, Talia was now ready to face Thanos in the final battle and defeat him. As if.
The evil is near, my faithful. It is now up to us to destroy this repugnant, repulsive vermin. Victory or defeat, life or death. Today is the final battle between good and evil. Follow me!
Look, can we please revisit this? I mean, you destroyed some of our villages and towns.
You burnt my house down because we couldn't provide any more food for the army.
What? You question me? I am the paladin of good. Die, traitors! Death to all who stand in my way! Good will triumph!
Looks like Tanos doesn't have all his marbles anymore. The under the circumstances, not all that evil after all, Evil's army had reached the ruins of what was once Stormbreeze.
Ha! I don't need subjects with free will. I can summon hosts of dead heroes back from Valhalla.
Again. Somehow, it seemed as though Tanos' magic was now much weaker than before. Presumably, his portals would not be as strong this time, and would therefore vulnerable.
Now it's all or nothing. Time to kick those pseudo-Voodooers' asses. Right, let's get a dungeon built, raise an army, and then show him who's wearing the pants in the family.
You do know you're wearing a dress.
Oh, just shut it, good narrator. Attack!
Absolute Evil's little snots had dug out a new room. Payday.
My walls of fire will turn everything evil to ashes.
Walls of fire, Walls of fire. Let me think. I just did something with one of those.
Last mission? Ritual in the mountains? New skill? Ring a bell?
Oh, right! My Frost Nova!
Talia had destroyed one of the firewalls with her powerful Frost Nova. Alarmed, even more heroes poured through the portals into the dungeon.
Talia! You traitor! I will purge your soul and surrender you to the purifying flames!
desire.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
Fight and die for good! I command you!
Yeah. Well, we don't want to just rush in. Maybe we could negotiate.
Negotiate? There will be no negotiation. If you are not with me, then you are against me! Die!
Kanos conjured a blazing wall of fire, which sped towards the heroes. Would Talia save them? The good-hearted evil took pity on the heroes and instructed Talia to save them from certain death. In thanks, they willingly joined the no longer all that evil evil's ranks.
Am even more powerful! A portal would soon open in the dungeon.
Ouch! Ouch!
The goddess will lead me to victory and destroy all evil. Gates of Valhalla, open! Heroes, come forth and destroy the vermin!
Tanos relied on his tried and tested tricks and opened a portal to Valhalla, from which heroes of days past would soon pour forth.
Defend the dungeon, build traps, sharpen your weapons, and read a good book on dungeon defense.
It's payday. The victorious evil had slammed all the open portals shut. Splendid work.
Everything evil comes from above.
Evil will never triumph here. The goddess is on my side, disgusting scum!
Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Christmas. I'd rather play video games.
Payday.
Hold true, you sons of Rohan! I mean, you sons of faith! Together, we will throw back the evil for the good!
Not much longer and the portals will open. Right, get ready. Oil all the traps again and roll out the red carpet. The carpet of flames.
open just one portal to Valhalla when I could create several at once?
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
More power!
The daring evil have made short work of the portals in the underground, as one would expect of a supervillain. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Evil will never win. Every story ends with good winning out, and so will this one.
Be back.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday.
Ouch!
Your little snots dug up this golden pickaxe. Your little snots dug up this golden pickaxe. Oh, does that not give any hidden bonuses? Does that work like loot boxes? Probably not. Those guys at Realm Forge don't know how to make any money these days.
Not much longer and the portals will open. Right! Get ready! Oil all the traps again and roll out the red carpet. The carpet of flames!
Good heroes of Valhalla, heed my command and destroy all that is different.
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. The daring evil have made short work of the portals in the underground, as one would expect of a supervillain.
Talia! Traitor! I will purge your soul and surrender you to the purifying flames!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
never defeat me. Never! You hear? The goddess is with me!
That Talia sure can't take much. There she goes, dropping again. The exploring evil's little snots had discovered a room in the underground. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Hey!
Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. Heyday!
All true, you sons of Rohan! I mean, you sons of faith! Together, we will throw back the evil for the good!
There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Several portals are about to open. The defensive evils swallowed quickly and prepared for the attack. Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Heroes of Valhalla, pour through the portals and destroy all that opposes me.
Death to the heroes!
Defend the dungeon heart.
Hey! Hasta la vista, baby! Death from above! Help! Time for my Frost Nova. Oh, wait a minute. Almost ready. Needs a little more time to charge.
the dungeon heart. The dungeon heart is being attacked. It's payday. The victorious evil had slammed all the open portals shut. Splendid work. Defend the dungeon heart. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The sacrifice didn't coax a single god out of the clouds. The gods weren't particularly impressed by the sacrifice.
Throw me at the enemy!
Defend the dungeon heart.
I am invincible!
Was impressive, but unfortunately, it always took a little time until it was available again. The impatient evil tapped his foot nervously.
Hey! Showed him.
Talia! You traitor!
I will purge your soul and surrender you to the purifying flames.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Several portals were about to open. The defensive evil swallowed quickly and prepared for the attack.
Why open just one portal to Valhalla when I could create several at once?
Short work of the portals in the underground, as one would expect of a supervillain.
Hold true, you sons of Rohan! I mean, you sons of faith! Together, we will throw back the evil for the good!
If this is Christmas, I'd like to be invited to the New Year's Eve party.
There are enemies in your dungeon. That was it. With a gurgling rattle, Tanos hit the ground. The victorious evil was, well, victorious. I had doubts at the start, but somehow you actually managed to do it. Okay, we turned the difficulty way down, but hey, just kidding. Awesome job. Wow, you really earned yourself the ending sequence.
Can I say something too?
If there's nothing I can do to prevent it.
That was outstanding. Oh, we sure showed Tanos who's who. Victory!
Well, enough breaking the fourth wall already. Not that there's much left of that anyway. On to the ending video. Talia had done it. She had finally defeated Tanos once and for all in an epic battle. and destroyed him. This time, there was no one to theatrically mourn his death. Well, theoretically his foster daughter, of course, but she seemed to be more interested in kicking his corpse, and well, I think that's all we need to know. Evil had triumphed. The kingdoms had been reduced to ashes, and the do-gooders were scattered to the winds. That, or dead. Talia had done an extremely effective job of destruction on her tour through the land. The serene evil leaned back contentedly on its throne and ordered a little snot to bring it an ice-cold drink and perhaps one of those delectable little unicorn-on-a-stick things. The dad could wait until tomorrow, for today was for celebration. All of the creatures were happy about the victory and began to dance about. First, the little snots, then the demons and the undead. Finally, even the ogre played, and wait, the ogre's playing? No! But as exuberant as things were here, the atmosphere on the sacred mountain was depressed. Not only had the goddess lost her servant Tanos, but a whole continent had fallen into the claws of evil as well. She couldn't simply sit still and watch this any longer. Something had to be done.